Saunaka said, "For what reason did that tiger among kings, the royal Janamajaya, determine to take the lives of the snake by means of a sacrifice? O Sauti, tell us in full the true history. Tell us also why Astika, that best of regenerate ones, that foremost of statics, has carried the snake from the blazing fire. Whose son was that monarch who celebrated the snake's sacrifice? And whose son was that best of regenerate ones?" Sauti said, "O best of speakers, this history of Astika is long, and we will tell relate it in full. O listen." Saunaka said, "I am desirous of hearing at length the charming history of that rish, that illustrious Brahmana named Astika." Sauti said, "This history, recited by Krishna Divayavayana, is called Apurana by the Brahmanas. It was formerly narrated by Mahabharat's father, Mahasana, the disciple of Vyasa, before the duels of the Naimikha forest, as the request. I was present at the recital, and also Naka, Saizo Askemiya shall narrate the history of Astika, exactly as I heard it. O listen, as I recite in full that sin destroyer history. The father of Astika was powerful like Prajapati. He was a brahmachari, always engaged in austere devotions. He at Sperling was a great ascetic, and had his lust under complete control. And he was known by the name of Jaratkaru, that foremost on among the Yayavaras, virtuous and of rigid vows, highly blessed and endowed with great ascetic power, once undertook a journey over the world. He visited the vast place, bathed in the vast sacred waters, and as where night overtook him, and where with great energy he practiced religion austerities had to be practiced by men of unrestrained souls. The sage lived upon air only, and had not sleep for ever, thus going about like a blazing fire. One day he happened to see his ancestor hanging heads down in a great hall, their feet pointing upwards. On seeing them, Jaratkaru addressed them, saying, "Who are you, thus hanging heads down in this hole by rope of Virana fibers, that is again secret eaten into on our sides by a rat living here?" The ancestor said, "We are each of rigid vows, called Yayavaras. We are sinking low into the earth for want of offspring. We have a son named Jaratkaru. Way to us that wrath have entered upon a life of austerities on, the food of not thinking of raising offspring by marriage. It is for that reason, viz. the fear of extinction of our race, that we are suspended in this hole. Possessed of means, we fare like unfortunates that have none. O excellent one, who art thou that thus sorrows as a friend on our account? We desire to learn. O Brahmana, who thou art that standest by us, and why? O best of men, thou sorrowest for us that are so unfortunate." Jaratkaru said, "Ye are even messiahs and grandsires. I am that Jaratkaru. Oh, tell me how I may serve you." The fathers then answered, "Try thy best, O child, to beget a son to extend our line. Thou wilt then, O excellent one, have done a meritorious act for both thyself and ourselves. not by the fruits of virtue, not by set canons, will hold it up. On a curve the merit which undoth by becoming a father. Therefore, O child, by our command, set thy heart upon marriage and offspring. Even this is our highest good. Jarat Karu replied, I shall not marry for my sake, nor shall I earn health for enjoyment, but I shall do so for your welfare only, according to this understanding. I shall, agreeably to the sacred ordinance, take a wife for attending the end. I shall not act otherwise. If a bride may be had of the same name with me, whose friends would besides willingly give her to me as a gift in chariot, I shall wed her duly. But who will give his daughter to a poor man like me for wife? I shall, however, accept any daughter give to me as alms. I shall endeavour, ye sires, even thus to wed a wife. Having given my word, I will not act otherwise. Upon her I will raise offspring for your redemption, so that, ye Father, ye may attain to eternal regions, and may rejoice as ye like.
Sauti said, that Brahmana of his advance then wandered off the earth for a wife, but a wife found he not. One day he went into the forest, and recollecting the words of his ancestor, he thrice prayed in a faint voice for a bride. Thereupon Vasuki rose and offered his sister for his acceptance, but the Brahmana hesitated to accept her, thinking her not to be of the same name with himself. The high-souled Jaratkaru thought within himself, I will take none for wife who is not of the same name with myself. Then that he of great windows and auspicious panels asked him, saying, Tell me truly, what is the name of this thy sister, O snake? Vazuk replied, O Jaratkaru, this my younger sister is called Jaratkaru, given away by me, accept this slender-waisted damsel for the spouse. O best of Brahmanas, for thee I reserve her, therefore take her. Saying this, he offered his beautiful sister to Jaratkaru, who then espoused her with ordained rites. Sauti said, O foremost of persons acquainted with Brahma, the mother of the snake had cursed them of old, saying, He that hath the wind for his chariot, burn you on Janamajaya's sacrifice. It was to neutralize that curse that the chief of the snake married his sister to that high-souled Hish of excellent vows. The Hish wedded her according to the rites ordained, and from then was born a high-souled son called Astika, an illustrious ascetic versed in the Vedas, and their branch he regarded all with an even eye, and he moved the feet of both his parents. Then, after a long space of time, a king descending from the Pandava line celebrated a great sacrifice known as the snake sacrifice. After that sacrifice had commenced for the destruction of the snake, Astika delivered the Nagas, with his brothers and maternal uncles and other snakes, and he delivered his fathers, also by begetting offspring, and by his austerities, O Brahmana, and various vows understood of the Vedas, he freed himself from all his debts. By sacrifice, at which various kinds of offering were made, He propitiated the gods by practicing the Brahmacharya mode of life. He conciliated the Hish, and by begetting offspring, he gratified his ancestor. Dus Jaradkaru of his advance discharged the half debt he owed to his sires, who being thus relieved for bond age ascending to heaven. Thus having acquired great religion merit, Jaradkaru, after long course of years, went to heaven, leaving Astika behind. There is the history of Astika that I have related duly. Now tell me, O tiger of the Bihirgu haze, what else I shall narrate it. Saunaka said, O Sauti, relate once more in detail this history of the learned and virtuous Astika. Our curiosity for hearing it is great. O amiable one, thou speakest sweetly, with proper assent and emphasis, and we are well pleased with thy speech. Thou speakest even as thy father, thus thou art even ready to please us. Tell us now the history as thy father had related it. Sauti said, O thou that art blessed with longevity, I shall narrate the history of Astika, as I heard it from my father. O Brahmana, in the gold age, Prajapati had 2 daughters. O singing zone, the sisters were endowed with wonderful beauty, named Kadru and Vingata. Then became the wives of Kasyapa. Kasyapa derived great pleasure from his 2 wedded wives, and being gratified he, his family Prajapati himself, offered to give each of them a boon. Hearing that their lord was willing to confer on them their chosen blessing, those excellent ladies felt transport of joy. Kadiru wished to have 4 sons, a thousand snake of equal splendor, and Nata wished to bring forth 2 sons surpassing the 1,000 offspring of Kadru in strength, energy, size of body, and prowess. Unto Kadru, her lord gave that boon about a multitude of offspring, and unto Vingata, Oz, Kasyapa said, Be it so. Then Vingata, having obtained her prayer, rejoiced greatly. Obtaining 2 sons of superior prowess, she regarded her boon fulfilled. Kadru was obtaining her 1,000 sons of equal splendor. Be the embryos carefully, said Kasyapa, and then he went into the forest, leaving his 2 wives blessed with his blessings. Sauti continued, O best of regenerate ones, after a long time, Kadru brought forth 1,000 eggs, and Vingata too. Their maid servants deposited the eggs separately in warm vessels. 500 years passed away, and the 1,000 eggs produced by Kadru burst, and out came the progeny. But the twins of Vingata did not appear. Vingata was jealous, and therefore she broke one of the eggs and found in it an embryo, with the upper part developed, but the lower one undeveloped. At this, the child in the egg became angry and cursed his mother, saying, Since thou hast prematurely broke this egg, thou shalt serve as a slave. Shalt thou wait 500 years and not destroy or hinder the other egg half developed by breaking it through impatience, then the luscious child within it will deliver thee from slavery. And if thou have the child strong, Thou must take tender care of the egg for all this time. Thus cursing his mother, the child rose to the sky. O Brahmana, even he is the chariot of Surya, always seen in the hour of morning. Then, at the expiration of the 500 years, bursting open the other egg, out came Gadura, the serpent eater. O tiger of Pihirigu's race, immediately on seeing the light, that son of Vinarka left his mother, and lord of birds, feeling hungry, took me in quest of the food assigned to him by the great ordaining of all. Sauti said, O ascetic, about this time the two sisters shall approach in near that steed of complacent appearance, named Ukhaisrava, who was worshipped by the gods, that gem of steeds, who arose at the churning of the ocean for nectar. Divine, graceful, perpetually young, creation's masterpiece, and of irresistible vigor. It was blessed with every auspicious mark. Saunaka asked, why did the gods churn the ocean for nectar? And under what circumstance, when, as you say, sprang that best of steeds so powerful and resplendent? Sauti said, there is mountain named Meru, of blazing appearance, and looking like a heap of effusions. The rays of the sun, falling on its peaks of golden lustre, are dispersed by them, decked with gold and exceedingly beautiful. That mountain is the haunt of the gods and the Gandharvas. It is immeasurable and unapproachable by men of many-fold sins. Dreadful beasts of prey wander of its breeds, and it is illuminated by many divine life-giving herbs. It stands kissing the heaven by its height, and is the first of mountains. Ordinary people cannot even think of ascending it. It is graced with trees and streams, and resounds with the charming melody of winged choirs. Else, the celestial sat on its pygmed peak and sat in conclave. They who had practiced penance and observed excellent vows for Amrita now seemed to be eager seeker after Amrita. Seeing the celestial assembly in anxious mood, Narayana said to Brahma, do thou shun the ocean with the gods and the asuras. By doing so, Amrita will be obtained as those are drugs and gems. O ye gods, shun the ocean, ye will discover Amrita. Sauti said, there is a mountain called Mandara, adorned with cloud-like peaks. It is the best of mountains, and is covered all over with intertwining herbs. The countless birds pour forth their melodies, and beasts of prey roam about. The gods, the apsaras, and the kinnaras visit the place. Upwards it rises 11,000 yojanas, and descends downwards as much. The gods wanted to tear it up and use it as a shining rod, about failing to do so, came to Vishnu and Brahma, who were sitting together, and say unto them, devise some efficient scheme, consider, ye gods, how mantra may be dislodged for all good. Sauti continued, O son of Pihirigu, Vishnu with Brahma assented to it, and the lotus eyed one laid the hard task on the might Anta, the prince of snake. The powerful Anta directed their Uto both by Brahma and Narayana. O Brahmana, tore up the mountain with the woods thereon and with the denizens of those woods. And the gods came to the shore of the ocean with Amta, and addressed the ocean, saying, O ocean, we have come to churn thy water for obtaining nectar. And the ocean replied, Be it so, as I shall not go without a share of it. I am able to bear the prodigious agitation of my water set up by the mountain. The gods then went to the king of Tortoise and said to him, O Tortoise King, thou wilt have to hold the mountain on thy back. The Tortoise King agreed, and Indra contrived to place the mountain on the former's back. And the gods and the Asuras made Mandara, churning staff, and Vasuki the cord, and set about churning the deep of Amrita. The Asuras held Vasuki by the hood, and the gods held him by the tail. And Ananta, who was on the side of the gods, at interval raised the snake's hood and suddenly lowered it. And in consequence of this destruction, Vasuki received at the hands of the gods and the Asuras. Black vapors with flames ensued from his mouth. These turned into clouds charged with lightning, poured showers that refreshed the tired gods, and flowers that always flew on all sides of the celestial from the trees on the reeling Mandara, refreshed them. Then, O Brahmana, out of the deep came a tremendous roar like unto the roar of the clouds, and the universal dissolution. Diverse aquatic animals, being crushed by the great mountain, gave up the ghost in the salt waters. And many denizens of the lower regions and the wood of Varuna were killed. Large trees abounding with birds on the reeling Mandara were torn up by the roots and fell into the water. The mutual frictions of those trees always produced fires that blazed up frequently. The mountains thus looked like a mass of dark clouds charged with lightning. O Brahmana, the fire spread and consumed the lions, elephants, and other creatures that were on the mountain. Then Indra extinguished that fire by pouring down heavy showers. After the churning, O Brahmana, had gone on for some time, gum exudation of various trees and herbs, vested with the purpose of Amrita, mingled with the waters of the ocean. And the celestial attained to immortality by drinking of the water mixed with those gums and with the liquid extract of gold. But degrees, the milk water of the agitated deep turned into clarified butter, by virtue of those gums and juice. But nectar did not appear even then. The gods came before the boon-granting Brahman, seated on his seat, and said, Sire, we are spent up, we have not any strength left to churn further. Nectar hath not yet arisen, so that now we have no resource save Narayana. On hearing then, Brahman said to Narayana, O Lord, condescend to grant the gods strength to churn the deep afresh. Then Narayana, agreeing to grant their various prayers, said, Ye wise ones, I grant ye sufficient strength. Go put the mountain in the position again and churn the water. He established thus in strength the gods who commenced churning. After a while, the mild moon of 1,000 rays emerged from the ocean. Thereafter sprung forth Lakshmi, dressed in white, then Soma, then the white steed, and then the celestial Jan Kaustubha, which graced the breast of Narayana. Then Lakshmi Soma, and the steed, fleet as the mind, all came before the gods on high. Then arose the divine Dhanvantari himself, with the white vessel of nectar in his hand. And seeing him, the Asuras set up a loud crying, saying, "It be ours." And at length rose the great elephant Airavata, of hug body and with 2 pairs of white tusks. And he took Indra, the wilder of the thunderbolt. But with the journey still going on, poison, Kalakuta appeared at last, and gulfing the earth, it suddenly blazed up like a fire attended with fumes. And by the scent of the fearful Kalakuta, the 3 walls were stop-fired. And then Shiva, being solicited by Brahma, swallowed that poison for the safety of the creation. The divine Mahesvara held it in his throat, and it is said that from that time he is called Nilakantika. Seeing all these wondrous things, the Asuras were filled with despair, and got themselves prepared for entry into hostilities with the gods for the possessions of Lakshmi and Amrita. Thereupon Narayana called his bewitching Maya to his aid, and assuming the form of an enticing female, conquered with the Danavas. The Danavas and the Daitiyas, charmed with her exquisite beauty and grace, lost their reason, and unanimous placed the Amrita in the hands of that fair damsel. Sauti said, then the Daitiyas and the Danavas, equipped with first-class armors and various weapons, attacked the gods. In the meantime, the valiant Lord Vishnu, in the form of enchantress, accompanied by Nara, deceived the mighty Danavas and took away the Amrita from their hands. And all the gods at that time of great fright drank the Amrita with delight, receiving it from Vishnu, and while the gods were partaking of it, after which they had so much hungered, a Danava named Rahu was always drinking it among them in the guise of a god. And when the Amrita had reached Rahu's throat only, Surya and Soma intimate the fact to the gods, and Narayana instantly cut off with his discus the well-adorned head of the Danavas, who was drinking the Amrita without permission. And the hook head of the Danavas cut off by the discus and resembling a mountain peak, then rose up to the sky, and began to utter dreadful cries. And the Danavas hardly strunk, falling upon the ground and rolling thereon, made the earth tremble with her mountains, forests, and islands. And from that time there is a long-standing quarrel between Rahu's head and Surya and Soma, and to this day it swallows Surya and Soma. Then Narayana, quitting his enchanting female form and hurling many terrible weapons at the Danavas, made them tremble. And as on the shore of the saltwater sea commenced the dreadful battle of the gods and the Asuras, and sharply pointed javelins and lances and various weapons by thousands began to be discharged on all sides. And mangled with the discus and wounded with swords, darts, and mace, the Asuras in large numbers vomited blood and lay prostrate on the earth, cut off from the trunks with sharp double-edged swords. Heads adorned with bright gold fell continually on the field of battle, their bodies drenched in gore. The great Asuras lay dead everywhere. It seemed as if red-dyed mountain peaks lay scattered all around, and when the sun rose in his splendor, thousands of warriors struck on another with weapons, and cries of distress were heard everywhere. The warriors fighting at a distance from one another broke one another down by sharp iron missiles, and those fighting at close quarters slew one another with blows of their fists, and the air was filled with shrieks of distress. Everywhere were heard the alarming sounds: cut, pushing, at them, hurling down, advance. And when the battle was raging fiercely, Nara and Narayana entered the field. And Narayana, seeing the celestial bow in the hand of Nara, called to mind his own weapon, the Danava's destroying discus. And lo, the discus Sudarsana, destroyer of enemies, like to agony in effulgence and dreadful in battle, came from the sky as soon as talked of. And when it came, Narayana of fierce energy, possessing arms like the trunk of an elephant, bullied with great force that weapon of extraordinary lustre, effulgent as blazing fire, dreadful and capable of destroying hostile towns. And that discus blazing like the fire that consumeth all things at the end of Yuga, bullied with force from the hands of Narayana, and falling constantly everywhere, destroyed the Daitiyas and the Danavas by thousands. Sometimes it blazed like fire and consumed them all. Sometimes it struck them down as it coursed through the sky, and sometimes falling on the earth, it drank their life blood like a goblin. On the other hand, the Danavas, white as the clouds from which the rains have dropped, possessing great strength and bowed hearts, ascended the sky, and by hurling down thousands of mountains, continually harassed the gods. And those dreadful mountains, like masses of clouds, with their trees and flat tops, falling from the sky, collided with one another and produced a tremendous war. And when thousands of warriors shouted without intermission in the fury of battle, and mountains with the walls thereon began to fall around, the earth with her forehead trembled. Then the divine Nara appeared at the scene of the dreadful conflict between the Asuras and the Ganlas, and reducing to dust those rocks by means of his gold-headed arrows, he covered the heavens with dust. Thus discomfitured by the gods, and seeing the furious discus scouring the fields of the heaven like a blazing flame, the mighty Avas entered the bowels of the earth, while others plunged into the sea of salt waters. And having gained the victory, the gods offered due respect to Mount Ara, and placed him again on his own base. And the nectar-bearing gods made the heavens resound with their shouts, and went to their own abodes. And the gods, on returning to the heavens, rejoiced greatly, and Indra and the other deities made over to Narayana the vessel of Amrita for careful keeping. Sauti said, "Thus have I recited to you the whole history of how Amrita was churned out of the ocean, and the occasion on which the horse Ukkaisrava of great beauty and incomparable prowess was obtained. It was this horse about which Kadru asked Vinata, saying, 'Tell me, amiable sister, without taking much time, of what color Ukkaisrava is.' And Vinata answered, 'That prince of steeds is certainly white. What dost thou think, sister? Say thou what is its color. Let us lay a wager upon it.' Kadru replied, 'Then, O thou of sweet smiles, I think that horse is black in its tail. Beauteous one, bet with me that she who loseth will become the other slave.' Sauti continued, thus wagering with each other about many yourselves as a slave. The sisters went home, and resolved to satisfy themselves by examining the horse next day. And Kadru bent upon practicing a deception, ordering her 1,000 sons to transform themselves into black hair and speedily cover the horse's tail in order that she might not become a slave. But her sons, the snakes, refusing to do her bidding, she cursed them, saying, during the snake sacrifice of the wise king Janamejaya of the Pandavas race, Agni shall consume you all. And the grandsire himself heard this exceedingly cruel curse pronounced by Kadru, impelled by the fates, and seeing that the snake had multiplied exceedingly, the grandsire, moved by kind consideration for his creatures, sanctioned with all the gods this curse of Kadru. Indeed, of virulent poison, great prowess, and excess of strength, and even bent on biting other creatures as the snake were. Their mothers conduct towards them, those persecutors of our creatures, was very proper for the good of our creatures. Fate always inflict punishment of death on those who seeking the death of other creatures. The gods, having exchanged such sentiments with one another, supported Kadru's action. And Brahma, calling Kasyapa to him, spake unto him these words: O Dapu, one who overcomes all enemies, these snakes begot by you, who are of virulent poison and hook bodies, and even intent on biting other creatures, have been cursed by their mother. O son, do not grieve for it in the least. The destruction of the snake in the sacrifice have indeed been ordained long ago. Saying this, the divine creator of the universe comforted Kasyapa and imparted to that illustrious one the knowledge of neutralizing poison. Sauti said, then when the night had passed away and the sun had risen in the morning, O thou who wealth is asceticism, the two sisters Kadru and Vinata, having laid a wager about slavery, went with haste and impatience to win the steed Aisrava from a near point. On their way they saw the ocean, that receptacle of water, vast and deep, rolling and tremendously roaring, full of fish large enough to swallow the whale, and abounding with hug macaras, and creatures of various forms, but thousand and hundred inaccessibly by the presence of other terribly monster-shaped, dark, and fierce aquatic animals, abounding with tortoises and crocodiles, the mine of all kinds of gems, the home of the Varuna, the excellent and beautiful residence of the Nagas, the lord of our rivers, the abode of the subterranean fire, the friend of the Asuras, the terror of our creatures, the grand reservoir of water, and ever immutable. It is whole, beneficial to the gods, and is the great source of nectar, without limits, inconceivable, sacred, and highly wonderful. It is dark, terrible with the sound of aquatic creatures, tremendous roaring, and full of deeply wheeling pools. It is an object of terror to all creatures, moved by the winds blowing from its shores, and having high, agitated, and disturbed. It seems to dance everywhere, with uplifted hands represented by its source, full of swelling billows caused by the waxing and waning of the moon. The parents of Vasudeva, great conch called Pankajanya, the great mine of gems, Its waters were formerly disturbed in consequence of the agitation caused with them by the Lord Govinda of immeasurable powers, when he had assumed the form of a wind blower for raising the earth. Its bottom, lower than the nether regions, the well-observing regeneratrix Atri could not fathom after 100 years. It becomes the bed of the lotus navelet, Vishnu, when at the termination of every yuga, that deity of immeasurable power, enjoys yoga nidra, the deep sleep under the spell of his spiritual meditation. It is the refuge of Mainaka, fearful of failing in thunder, and the retreat of the Asuras overcome in fierce encounters. It offers water as a sacrificial butter to the blazing fire ensuing from the mouth of Varavara. It is fat, harmless, and without limits, vast and immeasurable, and the Lord of the rivers. And they saw that unto it hushed might, rivers by thousands, with proud gait, like amorous competitors, each eager for meet it, for styling the others, and they saw that it was always full, and always dancing in its waves, and they saw that it was deep and abounding with hissing whales and macaras, and it resounded constantly with the terrible sounds of aquatic creatures, and they saw that it was vast and wide as the expanse of space, unfathomable and limitless, and the grand reservoir of water. Sauti said. The Nagas, after consultation, arrived at the conclusion that they should do their mother's bidding, for if she failed in obtaining her desire, she might withdraw her affection and burn them out. If, on the other hand, she were graciously inclined, she might free them from her curse. They said, "We will certainly handle the horse tail black," and it is said that they then went and became hair in the horse tail. Now the two co-wives had laid the wager, and having laid the wager, O best of Brahmanas, the two sisters Kadru and Vinata, the daughter of Daksha, proceeded in great delight along the sky to see the other side of the ocean. And on their way they saw the ocean, that receptacle of waters, incapable of being easily disturbed, might agitate on stirred by the wind, and roaring tremendous, abounding with fish capable of swelling the waves, and full of macaras, containing all creatures of diverse forms, counted by thousands. Frightful from the presence of horrible monsters, and inaccessibly deep and terribly, the mine of all kinds of gems, the home of Varuna, the wonderful habitations of the Nagas, the Lord of Rivers, the abode of the subterranean fire, the residence of the Asuras and of many dreadful creatures, the reservoir of water, not subject to decay, aromatic and wonderful, the great source of the Amrita of the celestials, immeasurable and inconceivable, containing waters that are whole, filled to the brim by many thousands of great rivers, dancing as it were in waves. Such was the ocean, full of rolling waves, vast as the expanse of the sky, deep of body, lighted with the flames of subterranean fire, and roaring with the sisters quickly passed over. Sauti said, having crossed the ocean, Kadru, of swift speed, accompanied by Vinata, soon alighted near the horse. They then both beheld that foremost of steeds, of great speed, with body white as the rays of the moon, but having black hairs. and observing many black hairs in the tail, Kadru put Vignata, who was deeply dejected, into slavery. And thus Vignata, having lost the wager, entered into a state of slavery and became exceedingly sorry. In the meantime, when his time came, burst forth from the egg without mother, Garuda of great splendor, and kindling all the points of the universe, that might, being endued with strength, that bird, capable of assuming it, will any form, of going it, will everywhere, and of calling to his aid it, will any measure of energy, and fulgent like a heap of fire, he shone terribly, of lustre equal to that of the fire at the end of the Yuga. His eyes were bright like the lightning flash, and soon after birth, that bird grew in size and increasing his body, ascending the skies. Fiercing and vehemently roaring, he looked as terrible as the second ocean fire, and all the deities seeing him sought the protection of the Vibhavasa, and they bowed down to that deity of manifold forms, seated on his seat, and spake unto him these words: O Agni, extend not thy body, wilt thou consume us? Lo, this hug heap of thy flames is spreading wide. And Agni replied, O ye persecutors of the Asuras, it is not as ye imagine. This is Garuda of great strength, and equal to me in splendor, and with great energy, and born to promote the joy of Vignata. Even the sight of this heap of effusions have caused this delusion in you. He is the mighty son of Kasyapa, the destroyer of the Nagas, engaged in the well-being of the gods, and the fool of the deities, and the Hakshas. Be not afraid of it in the least. Come with me and see. Thus addressed, the gods along with the His wended their way towards Garuda, and adored him from a distance. The gods said, Thou art a His, sharer of the large portion in sacrifice, ever resplendent, the controller of birds, the presiding spirit of the animate and the inanimate universe. Thou art the destroyer of all, the creator of all. Thou art the very Hiranyagarbha. Thou art the progenitor of creation in the form of Daksha and the other Prajapati. Thou art Indra. Thou art Hayagriva, the steed-necked incarnation of Vishnu. Thou art the arrow. Thou art the Lord of the universe. Thou art the mouth of Vishnu. Thou art the four-faced Padimaja. Thou art the Brahmana. Thou art Agni, Pavana. Thou art knowledge. Thou art the illusion to which we are all subject. Thou art the all-pervading spirit. Thou art the Lord of the gods. Thou art the great truth. Thou art fearless. Thou art ever unchanged. Thou art Brahma, without attributes. Thou art the energy of the sun. Thou art the intellectual function. Thou art a great protector. Thou art the ocean of holiness. Thou art purity. Thou art bereft of the attributes of darkness. Thou art the possessor of the 6 high attributes. Thou art he who cannot be withstood in contest. From thee have emanated all things. Thou art of excellent deeds. Thou art all that have not been and all that have been. Thou art poor knowledge, thou displayest to us, as Surya does back his range, this animate and inanimate universe. Thou darkenest the splendor of Surya at every moment, and thou art the destroyer of all. Thou art all that is perishable, and all that is imperishable. O thou resplendent as Agni, thou burnest all even as Surya in his anger burneth all creatures. O terrible one, thou resist even as the fire that destroys everything at the time of the universal dissolution. O might Garuda, who movest in the skies, we seek thy protection. O Lord of birds, thy energy is extraordinary. Thy splendor is that of fire, thy brightness is like that of the lightning whom no darkness can approach. Thou reachest the very clouds, and art both the cause and effect, the dispenser of boons and invincible in prowess. O Lord, this whole universe is handled hot by thy splendor, bright as the lust of heated gold. Protect these high solid gods, who overcome by thee and terrified withal, are flying along the heavens in different directions on their celestial cars. O thou best of birds, thou Lord of all, thou art the son of the merciful and high-exalted Kasyapa. Therefore be not wrath, but have mercy on the universe. Thou art supreme. O pacify thy anger and preserve us. At thy voice, loud as the roar of the thunder, the 10 points, the skies, the heavens, the earth, and O hearts, O birds, thou art continually trembling. O diminish this thy body resembling Agni, at the sight of the splendor resembling that of Yama, when in wrath or hearts lose all equanimity and quake. O thou Lord of birds, be propitious to us who solicit thee. O illustrious one, bestow on us good fortune and joy. And that bird of fair feathers, thus adored by deities, and the first section of his, reduced his own energy and splendor. Sauti said, then hearing of, and beholding his own body, that bird of beautiful feathers diminished its size. And Garuda said, let no creature be afraid, as ye are in affright at the sight of my terrible form. I shall diminish my energy. Sauti continued. Then that bird capable of going everywhere at will, that hunter of the sky, capable of calling to his aid the emissary of energy, bearing a runa on his back, wandered from his father's home and arrived at his mother's side on the other shore of the great ocean. And he placed a runa of great splendor in the east regions, just at the time when Surya had resolved to burn the world with his first rains. Shaunaka said, why did the reverend Surya resolve at that time to burn the world? What wrong was done to him by the gods that provoked his ire? Sauti said, O Singling's one, when Rahu was drinking nectar among the gods at the time of churning of the ocean, he was pointed out to the gods by Surya and Soma, and from that time he conceived an enmity towards these deities, and upon these Rahu sought to devour his afflictor, became wroth and fought. Oh, this enmity of Rahu towards me hath sprung from my desire of benefiting the gods, and this dire consequence I alone have to sustain. Indeed, at this pass help I obtain not, and before the very eyes of the denizens of heaven I am going to be devoured, and they broke it quietly. Therefore, for the destruction of the world must I strive. And with this resolution he went to the mountains of the west. And from that place he began to scatter his heat around for the destruction of the world. And then the great He, approaching the gods, spake unto them. Lo, in the middle of the night springeth a great heat, striking terror into every heart, and destructive of the three worlds. Then the gods, accompanied by the He's, wandered to the grandsire, and said unto him, Oh, what is this great heat today that causeth such panic? Surya hath not yet rise, still the destruction is obvious. O Lord, what shall it be when he doth rise? The great sire replied, Indeed, Surya is prepared to rise today for the destruction of the world. As soon as he will appear, he will burn everything into a heap of ashes. By me, however, hath the image been provided beforehand. The intelligent son of Kasyapa is known to all by the name of Aruna. He is hug of body and of great splendor. He shall stay in front of Surya, doing the duty of his charioteer, and take away all the energy of the former. And this will answer the welfare of the world, of the Hish, and of the dwellers in heaven. Sauti continued. Aruna, at the behest of the grandsire, did all that he was ordered to do, and Surya was veiled by Aruna's person. I have told thee now why Surya was in wrath, and how Aruna, the brother of Garuda, was appointed as his charioteer. Hear next of that other question asked by thee a little while ago. Sauti said, Then that bird of great strength and energy, and capable of going at will to every place, he parted to his mother's side on the other shore of the great ocean. Did her lived Vingata in affliction, defeated in wager, and put into a state of slavery. On Skadru, calling Vingata, who had prostrated herself before the former, addressed her this word in the presence of her son. O gentle Vingata, there is in the midst of the ocean, in a remote quarter, a delightful and fair region inhabited by the Nagas. Bear me thither. At this, that mother of the birds of fair feathers bore the mothers of the snakes. And Garuda, was direct by his mother's voice, carried the snakes. And that angel of the skies, born of Vingata, began to ascend towards the sun. And thereupon the snakes, scorched head by the rays of the sun, soon led away. And Kadru, seeing her sons in that state, prayed to Indra, saying, I bow to thee, thou Lord of all the deities. I bow to thee, thou slayer of Vitra. I bow to thee, thou slayer of Namukhi. O thou of 1,000 eyes, consort of Sakhi. By thy showers be thou the protector of the snakes, scorched head by the sun. O thou best of the deities, thou art a great protector. O Purandara, thou art able to grant rains in torrents. Thou art Vayu, the clouds, fire, and the lightning of the skies. Thou art the propeller of the clouds, and hast been called the great cloud. Thou art the fierce and incomparable thunder, and the roaring clouds. Thou art the creator of the worlds and their destroyers. Thou art inconquerable. Thou art the light of all creatures, Aditya Vibhavasu, and the wonderful elements. Thou art the ruler of all the deities. Thou art Vishnu, thou hast 1,000 eyes, thou art a god and the final resource. Thou art, O deity, O Amrita, and the most adored Soma. Thou art the moment, the lunar day, the Bala, thou art the Kishana, thou art the lighted fortnight, in Oz the dark fortnight. Thou art Kala, thou Kastha, and thou Truti. Thou art the ear, the seasons, the months, the nights and the days. Thou art the fair earth with her mountains and forests. Thou art as the firmament has planted with the sun. Thou art the great ocean with having billows and abounding with whales, swallows of whales, and macaras, and various fishes. Thou art of great renown, always adored by the wise and by the great rich, with minds wrapped in contemplation. Thou drinkest for the good of all creatures the soma choice in sacrifice and the clarified butter offered with sacred invocation. Thou art always worshipped and sacrificed by Brahmanas moved by desire of fruit. O thou of incomparable mass of strength, thou art sung in the Vedas and Vedangas. It is for that reason that learned Brahmanas bent upon performing sacrifice to the Vedas with every care. Sauti said, and then Indra, the king of gods, having the best of horses for his period, thus adored Bakadru, covered the entire firmament with mass of blue clouds, and he commanded the clouds, saying, Pour ye your vivifying and blessed robes, and those clouds, luminous with lightning, and incessantly roaring against each other in the welkin, poured abundant water. And the sky, in consequence of those wonderful and terrible roaring clouds that were incessantly begetting vast quantities of water, looked as if the end of Yuga had come. And in consequence of the myriads of waves caused in the falling torrents, the deep roar of the clouds, the flash of lightning, the violence of the wind, and the general agitation, the sky looked as if dancing in madness. The sky became overcast, and the rays of the sun and the moon totally disappeared in consequence of that incessant downpour. And upon Indra's causing that downpour, the Nagas became exceedingly delighted, and the earth was filled with water all around, and the cool, clear water reached even the nether regions, and there were countless water waves all over the earth, and the snake with their mother reached the island called Ramaniaka. So it is said. And then the Nagas, wetted with that shower, became exceedingly glad, and borne by that bird of fair feathers, they soon arrived at the island. That island had been fixed by the Creator of universe as the abode of the Makaras. There they saw the terrible Laban Samudra. On arriving there with Garuda, they saw there a beautiful forest washed by the waters of the sea and resounding with the music of winged shores. And there were clusters of trees all around laden with various fruits and flowers. And there were also fair mansions all around, and many tanks abounding with lot oozes. And it was also adorned with many fair lakes of pure waters, and it was refreshed with pure incense-breathing breezes. And it was adorned with many a tree that grew only on the hills of Malaya, and seemed by their tallness to reach the very heavens. And there were also various other trees whose flowers were scattered all around by the breeze. And that forest was charming indeed to the Gandharvas, and always gave them pleasure. And it was full of bees, laden with the honey they sucked. and the sight of all these was exceedingly delightful, and in consequence of many things there, capable of charming everybody, that forest was fair, delightful, and holy, and echoing with the notes of various birds, is delighted greatly the sons of Kadru. And the snakes, after arriving at that forest, began to enjoy themselves, and they commanded the Lord of Birds, viz. Garuda, of great energy, saying, "Convey us to some other fair island with poor water. Thou ranger of the skies, thou must have seen many fair regions while coursing." Garuda, after reflecting for a few moments, asked his mother, Vinata, saying, "Why, mother, have I to do the biting of the snakes?" Vinata, thus questioned by him, spake unto that ranger of the skies, viz. Her son, invested with every virtue of great energy and great strength, as follows. Vinata said, "O thou best of birds, I have become from misfortune the slave of my co-wife. The snakes, by an act of deception, caused me to lose my bed and have made me so." When his mother had told him the reason, that angel of the skies, dejected with grief, addressed the snakes, saying, "Tell me, ye snakes, by bringing what thing, gaining a knowledge of what thing, or doing what act of prowess, we may be free from this state of bondage to you." Sauti continued. The snakes, hearing him, said, "Bring thou Amrita by force. Then, O bird, shall you be freed from bondage." Sauti said, Garuda, thus addressed by the snakes, then said unto his mother, "I shall go to bring Amrita, and desire to eat something in the way. Direct me to it." Vinata replied, "In a remote region in the midst of the ocean, the Nishadas have their fair home. Having eaten the thousands of Nishada that live there, bring thou Amrita. But let not thy heart be ever set on take the life of a Brahmana. Of all creatures, a Brahmana must not be slain. He is indeed like fire. A Brahmana, when angry, becomes like fire or the sun, like poison or a edged weapon. A Brahmana, it has been said, is the master of all creatures. For these and other reasons, a Brahmana is the adored of the virtues. O child, he is never to be slain by thee even in anger. Hostilities with Brahmanas, therefore, would not be proper under any circumstance. O sinless one, neither Agni nor Surya truly can consume so much as does a Brahmana of rigid vows when angry. But these various indications must thou know a good Brahmana. Indeed, a Brahmana is the firstborn of all creatures, the foremost of the four orders, the father and the master of all. Garuda then asked, "O mother, of what form is a Brahmana, of what behavior, and of what prowess? Doth he shine like fire, or is he of tranquil mien? And, O mother, is behoveth thee to tell my inquiring self those auspicious signs by which I may recognize a Brahmana?" Vinata replied, saying, "O child, in short, thou know as the best amongst Brahmanas, who have entered thy throat, and tortured thee as a fish hook, or burned thee as a blazing charcoal. A Brahmana must never be slain by thee even in anger." And Vinata, out of affection for her son, again told him these words, "Him shouldst thou know as a good Brahmana, who would not be digested in thy stomach." Although she knew the incomparable strength of her son, yet she blessed him heartily, for deceiving by the snakes. They was very much afflicted by war. And she said, let Marut protect thy wings, and Surya and Soma thy vertebral regions. Let Agni protect thy head, and the Vasus thy whole body. I also, O child, shall sit here for your welfare. Go then, O child, in safety to accomplish thy purpose. Sauti continued. Then Garuda, having heard the words of his mother, stretched his wings and ascended the skies. And endued with great strength, he soon fell upon the Nishadas, hungry and like another Yama, and bent upon slaying the Nishadas. He raising a great quantity of dust that overspread the firmament, and sucking up water from amid the ocean, shocked the trees growing on the adjacent mountains. And then that lord of birds obstructed the principal thoroughfares of the town of the Nishadas by his mouth, increasing its cleft at will. And the Nishadas began to fly in great haste in the direction of the open mouth of the great serpent eater. And as birds in great affliction ascending by thousands into the skies, when the trees in the forest are shaken by the winds, so those Nishadas, blinded by the dust raised by the storm, entered the wide extending cleft of Garuda's mouth, open to receive them. And then the hungry lord of all angels of the skies, that oppressor of enemies, endued with great strength, and moving with greatest celerity to achieve his end, closed his mouth, killing innumerably Nishadas, following the occupation of fishermen. Sauti continued. A certain Brahmana with his wife had entered the throat of that ranger of the skies. The former began to burn the bird's throat like a piece of flaming charcoal. Him Garuda addressed, saying, O best of Brahmanas, come out soon from my mouth which are open for thee. A Brahmana must never be slain by me, although he may be always engaged in sinful practices. Unto Garuda, who had thus addressed him, that Brahmana said, Oh, let this woman of the Nishadas caste, who is my wife, also come out with me. And Garuda said, taking the woman oaths of the Nishada case with thee, came out soon, save thyself without delay, since thou hast not yet been digested by the heat of my stomach. Sauti continued. And then that Brahmana, accompanied by his wife of the Nishada caste, came out, and elogizing Garuda wandered whatsoever way he liked. And when that Brahmana had come out with his wife, that lord of birds, fleet as the mind, stretching his wing ascending the skies, he then saw his father, and hailed by him, Garuda of incomparable prowess made proper answer, and the great His then asked him, O child, is it well with thee? Dost thou get sufficient food every day? Is there food in plenty for thee in the world of men? Garuda replied, My mother is ever well, and so is my brother, and so am I. But, father, I do not always obtain plenty of food, for which my peace is incomplete. I am set by the snake to fetch the excellent Amrita. Indeed, I shall fetch it today for emancipating my mother from her bondage. My mother commanded me, saying, Eat thou the Nishadas. I have eaten them by thousands, but my hunger is not appeased. Therefore, O worshipful one, point out to me some other food, by eating which, O master, I may be strong enough to bring away Amrita by force. Thou shouldst indicate some food wherewith I may appease my hunger and thirst. Kasyapa replied, This lake thou seest is sacred. It hath been heard of even in the heavens. There is an elephant with face towards who continually draggeth a tortoise, his elder brother. I shall speak to you in detail of their hostility in former life, hearing from me the fact why they are here. There was of old a great Hish of the name Vivirativasu. He was exceedingly wrathful. He had a younger brother of the name of Supritika. The latter was averse to keep his wealth joint with his brother, and Supritika would always speak of partition. After a certain time his brother Vibhavasu told Supritika, "It is from great foolishness that persons blinded by love of wealth always desire to make a partition of their patrimony. After effecting a partition, they fight with each other, deluded by wealth. Then again, enemies in the guise of friends cause estrangement between ignorant and selfish men after they become separated in wealth, and pointing out faults confirm their quarrels, so that the latter soon fall on by one. Absolute ruin very soon overtake the separated. For this reason, the wise never speak approvingly of partition amongst brothers who, when divided, do not regard the most authoritative sastras, and live always in fear of each other. But as thou, Supritika, without regarding my advice, impelled by desire of separation, always wishes to make an arrangement about your property, thou shalt become an elephant." Supritika, disgusted, then spake unto Vibhavasu, "Thou shalt become a tortoise moving in the midst of the waters." And thus, on account of wealth, those two fools, Supritika and Vibhavasu, from each other curse, have become an elephant and a tortoise. Owing to their wrath, they have both become inferior animals, and they are engaged in hostilities with each other, proud of their excessive strength and weight of their bodies. And in these lakes, those two beings of hook bodies are engaged in acts according to their former hostility. Look here, on amongst them, the handsome elephant of hook body is even now approaching. Hearing his roar, the tortoise of hook body, living within the waters, cometh out, agitating the lake violently. And seeing him, the elephant cooling his trunk, whose hoof into the water, and angry with great energy, with motion of his tusk, and forepart of his trunk, and tail, and feet, be agitates the water of the lake abounding with fishes. And the tortoise, also of great strength, with upraised head, cometh forward for encounter. And the elephant is 6 yojanas in height, and twice that measure in circumference. And the height of the tortoise is 3 yojanas, and his circumference 10. It thou are both of them that are madly engaged in the encounter, and bent upon slaying each other. And then accomplish the task that thou desirest, eating that fierce elephant which looketh like a hog mountain, and resembleth a mass of dark clouds, bring thou Amrita. Sauti continued. Having said so unto Garuda, he blessed him, saying, "Blessed be thou when thou art in combat with the gods. Let water pitchers fill it to the brim, Brahmanas, kine, and other auspicious objects. Bless thee, thou oviparous one. And O thou of great strength, when thou art engaged with the gods in combat, let the Hicks, the Azus, the Samas, the sacred sacrificial butter, all the mysteries constitute thy strength." Garuda, thus addressed by his father, went to the side of that lake. He saw that expanse of clear water, with birds of various kinds all around, and remembering the words of his father, that angel of the skies, possessed of great swiftness of motion, seized the elephant and the tortoise on in each claw, and that bird then soared high into the air, and he came upon a sacred place called Alamva, and saw many divine trees, and struck by the wind raised by his wings, those trees began to shake with fear, and those divine trees having golden bogs feared that they won't break. And the angel of the skies, seeing that those trees capable of granting every wish were quaking with fear, went to the other trees of incomparable appearance. And those gigantic trees were adorned with fruits of gold and silver and branches of precious gems, and they were washed with the water of the sea. And there was a large banyan among them, which had grown into gigantic proportions, that spoke unto that lot of birds coursing toward it with the fleetness of the mind. Sit thou on this large branch of mine, extending 100 your journeys, and eat the elephant and the tortoise. When that best of birds, of great swiftness and of body resembling a mountain, quickly alighted upon a bough of that banyan tree, the result of thousands of winged creatures, and that bough was full of leaves, shook and broke down. Sauti said, at the very touch Garuda of great might, with his feet, the branch of the tree broke as it was cocked by Garuda. Casting his eye around in wonder, he saw Valakihilia, his hanging therefrom, with heads open walls and engaged in ascetic penances, reflecting that, if that box fell down, he would be slain. The might one held the elephant and the tortoise still more firmly with his claws, and from fear of slaying the wish and desire of saving them, held that box in his beaks, and rose on his wings. The great Hees was struck with wonder at the sight of that act of his which was beyond even the power of the gods, and gave that mighty bird the name. And they said, as this ranger of the sky rise on its wing, hearing a heavy burden, let this foremost of birds, having snakes for his food, be called Garuda. And shaking the mountains by his wings, Garuda leisurely coursed through the skies. And as he soared with the elephant and the tortoise, he beheld various regions underneath, desiring as he did to save the Valachias. He saw not a spot whereon to sit. At last he went to that foremost of mountains called Gandhiramadana. There he saw his father Kasyapa engaged in ascetic devotions. Kasyapa also saw his son, that angel of the skies, of divine form, possessed of great splendor and energy and strength, and endowed with speed of the wind or the mind, hug as a mountain peak, rare is meter, like the curse of a Brahmana, inconceivable, indescribable, frightful to all creatures, possessed of great prowess, terrible of the splendor of Agni himself, and incapable of being overcome by the deities, the Navas, and invincible Rakshasas, capable of splitting mountain summits and sucking the ocean itself, and destroying the tree walls, fiercely, and looking like Yama himself. The illustrious Kasyapa, seeing him approaching and knowing also his motive, spoke unto him these words. Kasyapa said, O child, do not commit a harsh act, for then thou won't have to suffer pain. the Valakilias, supporting thyself by drinking the rains of the sun, might, if angry, blast thee. Sauti continued. Kasyapa then propitiated for the sake of his son the Valakilias of exceeding good fortune, and whose sins had been destroyed by sacrifices. And Kasyapa said, Ye whose wealth is asceticism, the essay of Garuda is for the good of all creatures. The task is great that he is striving to accomplish. It behoveth you to accord him your permission. Sauti continued. Thus the Sakti, thus addressed by the illustrious Kasyapa, abandoned that boat and went to the sacred mountain of Himavad for purpose of a sacrifice. After those wishes had gone away, the son of Vinata, with voice obstructed by the bolt in his beaks, asked his father Kasyapa, saying, O illustrious one, where shall I through this arm of the tree? O illustrious one, indicate to me some region without human beings. Then Kasyapa spoke of a mountain without human beings, with caves and their ways covered with snow, and incapable of approach by ordinary creatures, even in fog. And the great bird bearing that branch, that elephant, and that tortoise proceed with great speed toward that mountain. The great arm of the tree with which that bird of hook-board flew away could not be girt round with a cord made of 100 hides. Garuda, the lord of birds, then flew away for 100,000 of yojanas with the shortest time, and going according to the direction of his father to that mountain almost in a moment, that Hanja of the skies let fall the giant bolt, and it fell with a great noise, and that prince of mountains shook, struck with the storm raised by Garuda wings, and the trees thereon dropped a shower of flowers, and the peaks decked with gems and gold adorning that great mountain itself, were loosened and fell down on all sides. And the falling bolt struck down numerous trees which, with golden flowers amid dark foliage, shone there like clouds charged with lightning, and those trees, bright as a gold, falling down upon the ground and dyed with molten metals, shone as if they were bathed in the rays of the sun. Then that best of birds, Garuda, perching on the summit of that mountain, at both the elephant and the tortoise, rose on his wings with great speed from the top of mountain summit, and various omens began to appear among the gods, foreboding fear. Indra's favorite thunderbolt blazed up in a fright. Meteors with flames and smoke loosened from the walking shot down during the day, and the weapons of the Vasus, the Hutras, the Adityas, the Sandhiyas, the Maruts, and other gods began to expand their force against one another. Such thing had never happened even during the war between the gods and the Asuras. And the winds blew accompanied with thunder, and meteors fell by thousands, and the skies for clouds horrid tremendous, and even he who was the god of gods shed showers of blood. And the flowery garlands on the necks of the gods faded, and their prowess suffered diminution, and the terrible mass of clouds dropped thick showers of blood, and the dust raised by the winds darkened the splendor of the very coronets of the gods. And he of 1,000 sacrifices with the other gods, perplexed with fear at the sight of those dark forebodings, spoke unto Vrihaspati thus: Why, O worshipful one, have these natural disturbances suddenly arisen? No foe do I behold who would oppress us in war. Vrihaspati answered, O chief of the gods, O thou of 1,000 sacrifice, it is from thy fault and carolinies, and owing also to the set keepernance of the high solid great He's, the Valakilias, that the son of Cassiapa and Vignata, arranger of the skies, endowed with great strength, and possessing the capacity of assuming at will any form, is approaching to take away the Soma. And that bird, foremost among our endowed with great strength, is able to rob you of the Soma. Everything is possible with him, the unachievable he can achieve. Sauti continued. Indra, having heard these words, then spoke unto those that guarded the Amrita, saying, A bird endowed with great strength and energy has set his heart on taking away the Amrita, and warned you beforehand, so that he may not succeed in taking it away by force. Brihaspati has told me that his strength is immeasurable, and the gods hearing of it were amazed and took precautions, and they stood surrounding the Amrita. And Indra, who was of great prowess, the wielder of the thunder, stood with them. And the gods wore curious breastplates of gold, of great value, and set with gems, and bright leather armor of great toughness. And the mighty deities wielded various sharp-edged weapons of terrible shapes, countless in number, emitting, even out of them, sparks of fire with smoke. And they were all armed with many a discus, and iron mace, furnished with spikes, and trident, and barrel-axe, and various kinds of sharp-pointed missiles, and polished swords and mace of terrible form, all befitting their respective bodies, and decked with celestial ornaments, and resplendent with those bright arms, the gods waiting there, their fears allayed, and the gods of incomparable strength, energy, and splendor, resolved to protect the Amrita. Capable of splitting the towns of the Asuras, or display themselves in form resplendent as the fire, and in consequence of the gods standing there, that battlefield, owing to hundreds of thousands of mace furnished with iron spikes, shone like another firmament illuminated by the rays of the sun. Saunaka said, O son of Suta, what was Indra's fault? What his act of carnalness? Who was Garuda born in consequence of the ascetic penance of the Valakilias? Why also Kasyapa, a Brahman, had the king of birds for a son? Why too was he invincible of all creatures and unslayable of all? Why also was that hunter of the skies, capable of going into every place at will, and of mustering at will and mysteries of energy? If these are described in the Purana, I should like to hear them. Sauti said, What thou askest me is, indeed, the subject of the Purana. O twice born one, listen as I briefly recited it all. Once upon a time, when the Lord of creation, Kasyapa, was engaged in a sacrifice from the desire of offspring, the Hish, the gods, and the Gandharvas all gave him help. And Indra was appointed by Kasyapa to bring the sacrificial fuel, and with him those ascetics, the Valakilias, and all the other deities. And the Lord Indra, taking upon according to his own strength a wave that was a mountain like, broke it without any fatigue. And he saw on the way some heaps of bodies of the mystery of the tomb, all together carrying one single stalk of a palasa leaf. And those heaps were, from want of food, very lean and fleshed, almost merged in their own bodies. And they were so weak that they were much afflicted when sunk in the water, that collecting an indentation on the road produced by the hoof of a cow. And Purandara, proud of his strength, beheld them with surprise, and looking at them, Indecision soon left them behind, insulting them, besides, by passing over their heads, and those heads, being thus insulted, were filled with hate and sorrow. And they made preparation for a great sacrifice, at which Indra was terrified. Here, O Saunaka, of the wish for accomplishment of which those vow observing wise and excellent ascetics poured clarified butter of the sacrificial fire with louding uttered mantras. There shall be another Indra of our gods, capable of going everywhere at will, and of mastering at will any mastery of energy, and striking fear into the king of the gods. By the fruit of our ascetic penance, let on rise, fleet as the mind, and fierce withal. And the Lord of the celestial of 100 sacrifice, having come to know of these, became very much alarmed, and sought the protection of the vow-observing Kasyapa. And the Prajapati Kasyapa, hearing everything from Indra, went to the Valakhilias and asked them if their sacrifice had been successful. And those truth-speaking Hish replied to him, saying, Let it be as thou sayest. And the Prajapati Kasyapa, pacifying them, spake unto them as follows. By the word of Brahma, this one hath been made the lord of the three worlds. Ye ascetics, ye all are striving to create another Indra. Ye excellent ones, it behoveth you not to falsify the word of Brahman. Let not ours this purpose for which ye are striving be hindered futilely. Let there spring an Indra of winged creatures, endued with excess of strength. Be gracious unto Indra, who is a suppliant before you. And the Valakhilias, thus addressed by Kasyapa, after offering reverence to that first of the Munins, viz. The Prajapati Kasyapa, spake unto him. The Valakhilias said, O Prajapati, the sacrifice of us all is for an Indra. Indeed, this hath also been meant for a son being born unto thee. Let this task be now left to thee, and in this matter do whatsoever thou seest to be good and proper. Sauti continued. Meanwhile, moved by desire of offspring, the good doctor of Daksha, the vow-observing amiable and fortunate Vinata, her ascetic penance over, having purified herself with a bath in that season when connubial companionship might prove fruitful, approached her lord, and Kasyapa spake unto her. Respected one, the sacrifice commenced by me hath borne fruit. What hath been desired by thee shall come to pass. 2 heroic sons shall be born unto thee, who shall be the lords of the three worlds. By the penance of the Valakhilias, and by virtue of the desire with which I commence my sacrifice, the sons shall be of exceedingly good fortune, and worshipped in the three worlds. And the illustrious Kasyapa spake unto her again. Bear thou these auspicious seeds with great care. These two will be lords of all winged creatures. These heroic angels of the skies will be respected in all three worlds, and capable of assuming any form at will. And the Prajapati, gratified with all that took place, then addressed Indra of 100 sacrifices, saying, Thou shalt have 2 brothers of great energy and prowess, who shall be to thee even as the helpmates. From them no injury shall result unto thee. Let thy sorrow cease. Thou shalt continue as the Lord of all. Let not, however, the utterance of the name of Brahma be ever again slighted by thee. nor let the very wrathful ones, whose words are even the thunderbolt, be ever again insulted by thee. Indra, disaddressed, went to the heaven, his fee dispelled, and Vinata, also her purpose fulfilled, was exceedingly glad. And she gave birth to 2 sons, Aruna and Garuda. And Aruna, of undeveloped body, became the forerunner of the sun, and Garuda was vested with the lordship over the birds. O thou of Bhirgu race, hearken now to the mighty achievement of Garuda.
Sauti said, O foremost of Brahmanas, the gods have in themselves prepared for burial in that way. Garuda, the king of birds, soon came upon those wise ones, and the gods, beholding him of excessive strength, began to quake with fear, and strike one another with all their weapons. And amongst those that guarded the Soma was Brahmana of menstrual might, effulgent as the light fire and of great energy. And after a terrific encounter, lasting only a moment, managed by the lord of birds with his talons, beak and wings, he lay as dead on the fields, and the ranger of the skies, darkening the walls with the dust risen by the hurricane of his wings, overwhelmed the celestial with it, and later overwhelmed with that dust, soon knelt away. And the immortals who guarded the Amrita, blinded by that dust, could not longer see Garuda. Even thus did Garuda agitate the region of the heavens, and even thus he mangled the gods with the wounds inflicted by his wings and beak. Then the god of 1,000 eyes commanded Vayu, saying, Dispel thou the shower of the sun, O Maruta, this is indeed thy task. Then the mighty Vayu soon drove away that dust, and when the darkness had disappeared, the celestial attacked Garuda, and as he of great might was attacked by the gods, he began to roar aloud, like the great cloud that appeareth in the sky at the end of the Yuga, frightening every creature. And that king of birds of great energy, that slayer of hostility heroes, then rose on his wings. Seeing him sail in the skies, over their heads, all the wise ones with Indra amongst them, armed with double-edged broadswords, iron maces, furnished with sharp spikes, pointed lance, mace, bright arrows, and many a discus of the form of the sun. And the king of birds attacked them on all sides with showers of various weapons, and fought exceedingly hard without wavering for a moment. And the son of Vinata, of great prowess, blazing in the skies, attacked the gods on all sides with his wings and breast. And blood began to flow copiously from the bodies of the gods, mangled by the talons and the beak of Garuda. Overcome by the lord of birds, the Satyas with the Gandharvas fled eastwards, the Vasus with the Rudras towards the south, the Adityas towards the west, and the twin wings towards the north. Gifted with great energy, they retreated fighting, looking back every moment on their enemy. And Garuda had encounter with the Yakshas, as Vakranda, of great courage, Hanuka, the bound Kratihanaka, Tapana, Uluka, Sivasanaka, Nimesha, Praruja, and Pulina. And the son of Vinata mangled them with his wings, talons, and beak, like Shiva himself, the chastiser of enemy and the holder of Pinaka, in range at the end of Yuga. And those Yakshas of great might and courage, mangled all over by that ranger of skies, looked like masses of black clouds dropping thick showers of blood. And Garuda, depriving them of life, then went to where the Amrita was,
and he saw that it was surrounded on all sides by fire, and the terrible flames of that fire covered the entire sky, and moved by violent winds they seemed bent on burning the sun himself. The illustrious Garuda then assumed 19 times 19 mouths, and quickly drinking the water of many rivers with those mouths, and returning with great speed. The chastiser of enemies, having wings for his vehicle, extinguished that fire with that water, and extinguished that fire he assumed a very small form, desirous of entering into. Sauti said, and that bird, assuming a golden body bright as the rings of the sun, entered with great force, like a torrent entering the ocean. And he saw, placed near the Soma, a well of steel keen-edged, and sharp as the razor, revolving incessantly. And that fierce instrument of the splendor of the blazing sun and of terrible form had been devised by the gods for cutting into pieces all robbers of the Soma. Garuda, seeing a passage through it, stopped there for a moment. Diminishing his body, in an instant he passed through the spokes of that well. Within the line of the well, he beheld stationed therefore guarding the Soma, two great snakes of the effulgence of blazing fire, with tongues bright as the lightning flash of great energy, with mouth emitting fire, with blazing eyes, containing poison, very terrible, always in anger, and of great activity. Their eyes were ceaseless inflamed with rage, and were as winkless. He who may be seen by even one of the two will instantly be reduced to ashes. The bird of fair feathers suddenly covered their eyes with dust, and unseen by them he attacked them from all sides. And the son of Inata, the ranger of the skies, attacking their bodies, mangled them into pieces. He then approached the Soma without loss of time. Then the mighty son of Inata, take upon the Amrita from the place where it was kept, rose on his wings with great speed, break into pieces the machine that had surrounded it. And the bird soon came out, taking the Amrita, but without drinking it himself. And he then wended on his way without the least fatigue, darkening the splendor of the sun. And the son of Inata then met Vishnu on his way along the sky, and Narayana was gratified at that act of self-denial on the part of Garuda. And that deity, knowing no deterioration, say unto the ranger of the skies, "Oh, I am inclined to grant thee a boon." The ranger of the skies thereupon said, "I shall stay above thee." And he again spake unto Narayana these words, "I shall be immortal and free from disease without Amrita." Vishnu said unto the son of Vinata, "Be it so." Garuda, receiving those two boons, told Vishnu, "I also shall grant thee a boon. Therefore, let the possessor of the 6 attributes ask of me." Vishnu then asked the mighty Garuda to become his carrier, and he made the bird sit on the flagstaff of his car, saying, "Even thus thou shalt stay above me." And the ranger of the skies of great speed, saying unto Narayana, "Be it so," swiftly wended on his way, mocking the wind with his flatness. And while that foremost of all rangers of the skies, that first of winged creatures, Garuda, was coursing through the air after robbing the Amrita, Indra hurled at him his thunderbolt. Then Garuda, the lord of birds, struck with thunderbolt, spake loudly unto Indra, engaged in the encounter, in sweet words, saying, "I shall respect the Rish of whose bone the Vajra have been made. I shall also respect the Vajra, and thee also of 1,000 sacrifice. I cast these feather of mine, whose and thou shalt not attain. Struck with thy thunder, I have not felt this like test pain. And having said this, the king of birds cast a feather of his, and all creatures became exceedingly glad, beholding that excellent feather of Garuda, so cast off by himself. And seeing that the feather was very beautiful, they said, let this bird be called Suparna. And Purandara of 1,000 eyes, witnessing this wonderful incident, talked that bird to be some great being and addressed him thus. And Indra said, O best of birds, I desire to know the limit of thy great strength. I also desire eternal friendship with thee. Sauti continued. Garuda then said, O Purandara, let there be friendship between thee and me as thou desirest. My strength, know thou, is hard to bear. O thou of 1,000 sacrifice, the good never prove of speaking highly of their own strength, nor do they speak of their own merits, but being made a friend, and asked by thee, O friend, I will answer thee. Our talk, self-praised without reason, is ever improper. I can be on a single feather of mine, O Sacra, this earth, with her mountains and forests, and with the waters of the ocean, and with thee also stay honored thereon. Know thou, my strength is such that I can be without fatigue even all the worlds put together, with their mobile and immobile objects. Sauti continued. O Saunaka, after Garuda of great courage had thus spoken, Indra the chief of gods, the wearer of the crown, bent and ever bent upon the good of the world, replying, saying, It is as thou sayest, everything is possible indeed, accepting now my sincere and heartly friendship. And if thou hast no concern with the Soma, return it to me. Those to whom thou wouldst give it would always oppose us. Garuda answered, There is a certain reason for which the Soma is being carried by me. I shall not give the Soma to any one for drinking. But, O thou of 1,000 eyes, after I have placed it down, thou, O Lord of the heavens, canst then, taking it up, instantly bring it away. Indra then said, O Viprus one, I am highly gratified with these words now spoken by thee. O best of all angels of the skies, accept from me any boon that thou desirest. Sauti continued. Then Garuda, recollecting the sons of Kadru, and remembering also the bondage of his mother, caused by an act of deception, owing to the well-known reason, said, Although I have power over all creatures, yet I shall do your bidding. Let, O Sacra, the mighty snake become my food. The slayer of the Danavas, having said unto him, Be it so. Then went to Hari, the god of gods, of great soul, and the lord of yogins, and later sanctioned everything that had been said by Garuda, and the illustrious lord of heaven again said unto Garuda, I shall bring away the Soma when thou place it down. And having said so, he bade farewell to Garuda, and the bird of fair feathers then went to the presence of his mother with great speed. And Garuda, in joy, then spake unto all the snakes, He have brought the Amrita, let me place it on some kusa grass. O ye snakes, sitting here, drink of it after ye have performed your ablutions and religious rites. As said by you, let my mother become, from this day, free, for I have accomplished your bidding. The snakes having said unto Garuda, Be it so, then went to perform their ablutions. Meanwhile, Sakra, taking upon the Amrita, went back to heavens. The snakes, after performing their ablutions, their daily devotions, and other sacred rites, returned in joy, desirous of drink the Amrita. They saw that the bed of Kusa grass whereon the Amrita had been placed was in pit. The Amrita itself having been taken away by the counteract of deceptions. And they began to lick with their tongues the Kusa grass, as the Amrita had been placed thereon. And the tongues of the snakes by that act became divided into iron, and the Kusa grass, too, from the contact with Amrita, became sacred thenceforth. Thus did the illustrious Garuda bring Amrita for the snakes, and thus were the tongues of snakes divided by what Garuda did. Then the bird of her feathers, very much delighted, enjoyed himself in those wounds, accompanied by his mother, of grand achievement, and deeply reverenced by all angels of the skies. He gratified his mother by devouring the snakes. That man who listen to this history, or read it, or to an assembly of good Brahmanas, must surely go to heaven, accruing great merit from the recitation of Garuda. Saunaka said, O son of Sutta, thou hast told us the reason why the snakes were cursed by their mother, and why Vinyata also was cursed by her son. Thou hast also told us about the bestowal of wounds by their husband on Kadru and Vinyata. Thou hast likewise told us the names of Vinyata's sons, but thou hast not yet recited to us the names of the snakes. We are anxious to hear the names of the principal ones. Sauti said, O thou whose wealth is asceticism, from fear of being lengthy, I shall not mention the names of all the snakes, but I will recite the names of the chief ones. Listen to me. Caesar was born first, and then Vasuki, Airavata, Takshaka, Karkotaka, Nihananjaya, Kalakeya, the serpent Mani, Purana, Pinjaraka, and Elapatra, Vamana, Nila, Anila, Kalmasha, Savala, Ariaka, Ugra, Kalasapotaka, Suram Ukha, Darihimukha, Vimalapindaka, Apita, Karotaka, Samkiha, Valisikiha, Nistihanaka, Hemaguha, Nashusha, Pingala, Vahiakarna, Hastipada, Mudigara Pindaka, Kamvala, Asvatara, Kaliyaka, Vrittita, Samvartaka, Padima, Mahapadima, Sankihomukiha, Kuzmandaka, Kishemaka, Pindaraka, Karavira, Puspadanstraka, Vilvaka, Vilva Pandara, Mudhikada, Sankihasiras, Purnavihadra, Haridraka, Aparajita, Jyotika, Srivaha, Kauravya, Dhiritarastra, Sankihapinda, Virajas, Suvahu, Salipinda, Pravihakara, Hastipinda, Pitiharaka, Sumuksha, Kaunaspashana, Kutihara, Kunjara, Kumuda, Kumudaksha, Tititri, Halika, Kardama, Vahumulaka, Karkara, Akarkara, Kundodara, and Mahodara.
Thus, O best of regenerate ones, have essayed the names of the principal serpents, from fear of being tedious, and do not give names of the rest. O those whose own health is asceticism, the sons of these snakes with their grandsons are innumerable. Reflecting upon these, I shall not name them to thee, O best of ascetics in this world. The number of snakes baffles calculations, there being many thousands and millions of them.
Saunaka said, O child, thou hast named many of the serpents gifted with great energy and incapable of being easily overcome. What did they do after hearing of that curse? Sauti said, the illustrious Sisra amongst them, of great renown, leaving his mother, practised hard penances, living upon air, and rigidly observing his vows. He practised these ascetic devotions, Heparitu Gandhiramadana, Vadri, Gokarna, the use of Puskara, and the foot of Mahabharat. And he passed his days in those secret regions, some of which were sacred for their water, and others for their soil, in the rigid observance of his vows, with single needs of arm, and his passions under complete control. And the grandson of our Brahma saw that ascetic with knotted hair, clad in hags, and his flesh, his skin, and sinews dried up, owing to the hard penance he was practising. And the grandson, addressing him, with that penance practised one of great fortitude, said, What is that thou doest? O Caesar, let the welfare of the creatures of the world also engage thy thoughts. O sinless one, thou art afflicting all creatures by thy hard penances. O Caesar, tell me the desire implanted in thy breast. And Caesar replied, My uterine brothers are all of wicked heart. I do not desire to live amongst them. Let these be sanctioned by thee. Like enemies, they are always jealous of one another. I am therefore engaged in ascetic devotions. I will not see them even. They never show any kindness for Vinyata and her son. Indeed, Vinyata, son capable of ranging through the skies, is another brother of ours. They always envy him, and he, too, is much stronger owing to the bestowal of that boon, but our father, the high-exalted Kasyapa. For these I am engaged in ascetic penances, and I will cast off this body of mine, so that I may avoid companionship with them, even in another state of life. Unto Caesar, who had said so, the grandsire said, O Caesar, I know the behavior of all thy brothers, and their great danger owing to their offense against their mother. But, O snake, a remedy hath been provided by me even beforehand. It behoveth thee not to grieve for thy brothers. O Caesar, ask of me the boon thou desirest. I have been highly gratified with thee, and I will grant thee today a boon. O best of snakes, it is fortunate that thy heart hath been set on virtue. Let thy heart be more and more firmly set on virtue. Then Caesar replied, O divine grandsire, this is the boon desired by me, viz. That my heart may always delight in virtue and in blessed ascetic penances. O Lord of all, Brahma said, O Caesar, I am exceedingly gratified with this thy self-denial, in love of peace. but at my command, let this act be done by thee for the good of my creatures. Be thou, O says her, properly and well this earth, so unstead with her mountains and forests, her seas and towers, and retreats, so that she may be steady. Says her, said, O divine Lord of our creatures, O grantor of boons, O Lord of the earth, Lord of every created thing, Lord of the universe, I will, even as thou sayest, hold the earth steady. Therefore, O Lord of our creatures, place her on my head. Brahma said, O best of snakes, go underneath the earth. She will herself give thee a crevice to pass through. And, O Sesha, by holding the earth, thou shalt certainly do what is prized by me very greatly. Sauti continued. Then the elder brother of the king of the snakes, entering a hole, passed to the other side of the earth, and holding her, supporting with his head that goddess, with her belt of seas, passing all round. Brahman said, O Sesha, O best of snakes, thou art the god Dharma, because alone with thy hook body thou supportest the earth with everything on her, even as I myself, or Valavit, can. Sauti continued. The snake, Sesha, the Lord Ananta, of great prowess, lives underneath the earth, alone supporting the world at the command of Brahma. And the illustrious grandsire, the best of the immortals, then gave unto Ananta the bird of fair feathers, viz. The son of Ignata, for Ananta's help. Sauti said, the best of snakes, viz. Vasuki, hearing the curse of his mother, reflect how to handle it abortive. He held a consultation with all his brothers, Airavata and others, intent upon doing what they deemed best for themselves. And Vasuki said, O yes, King's one, the object of this curse is known to you. It behoveth us to strive to neutralize it. Remedies certainly exist for all curses, but no remedy can avail those cursed by their mother. Hearing that this curse hath been uttered in the presence of the immutable, the infinite, and the true one, my heart trembleth. Surely our annihilation hath come. Otherwise, why should not the immutable Lord prevent our mother while in uttering the curse? Therefore, let us consult today how we may secure the safety of the snakes. Let us not waste time. All of you are wise and discerning. We will consult together and find out the means of deliverance as the gods of yore to regain lost Agni who had concealed himself within a cave, so that the Janamejaya sacrifice for the destruction of the snakes may not take place, and so that we may not meet with destruction. Sauti continued. Thus addressed all the offspring of Kadru assembled together, and wise in council submitted their opinions to one another. One part of the serpent said, we should assume the guise of superior Brahmanas, and beseech Janamejaya, saying, this sacrifice of your talks not to take place. Other snakes, thinking themselves wise, said, we should all become his favorite counselors. He will then certainly ask for our advice in all projects, and we will then give him such advice that this sacrifice may be obstructed. The king, the foremost of wise men, thinking us of startling wolf, will certainly ask us about his sacrifice. We will say, it must not be, and pointing to many serious evils in these and the next wars, reasons and cause, we will take care that the sacrifice may not take place. or let one of the snakes approaching bite the person who intending the monarch's good, and well acquainted with the rites of the snake sacrifice, may be appointed as the sacrificial priest, so that he will die. The sacrificial priest dying, the sacrifice will not be completed. We will also bite all those who, acquainted with the rites of the snake sacrifice, may be appointed ritivious of the sacrifice, and by that means a thing or object. Other snakes, more virtuous and kind, said, "Oh, this counsel of yours is evil. It is not meet to kill Brahmanas. In danger, that remedy is proper which is blessed on the practices of the righteous and unrighteousness finally destroy of the world." Other serpents said, "We will extinguish the blazing sacrificial fire by ourselves, become clouds luminous with lightning and pouring down showers." Other snakes, the best of their kind, proposed, "Going by night, let us steal away the vessels of summer Jews that will disturb the rite, or at that sacrifice, let the snakes by hundreds and thousands bite the people and spread terror around, or let the serpents defile the poor food with their food, defiling urine and dung." Others said, "Let us become the king Hitivius and obstruct his sacrifice by saying at the outset, giving us the sacrificial fee. He, being placed in our power, will do whatever we like." Others there said, "When the king will sport in the waters, we will carry him to our home and bind him so that sacrifice will not take place." Other serpents who consider themselves wise said, "Approaching the king, let us bite him so that our object will be accomplished. By his death, the root of our evil will be turned up. This is the final deliberation of us all. O thou who hearest with thy eyes, then do that speedily what thou deemest proper." Having said this, they looked intently at Vasuki, that best of snakes, and Vasuki also, after reflecting, answered the snakes, saying, "Yea, snakes, this final determination of you all doth not seem worthy of adoption. The advice of you all is not to my liking. What shall I say which won't be for your good? I think the grace of the illustrious Kasyapa can alone do us good. Yea, snakes, Mahav doth not know which of all your suggestions is to be adopted for the welfare of my race as also of mine. That must be done by me which won't be to your well. It is these that make me so anxious, for the credit or the discredit is mine alone." Sauti said, hearing the respective speech of all the snakes, and hearing also the words of Vasuki, Elapatra began to address them, saying, "That sacrifice is not one that it can be prevented, nor is King Janamejaya or the Pandava race from whom this fee proceedeth, such that he can be hindered. The person, O king, who is afflicted by fate hath recourse to fate alone. Nothing else can be his refuge. Yea, best of snakes, this fee of all have fate for its root. Fate alone must be our refuge in these. Listen to what I say." When that curse was uttered, ye best of snakes, in fee I lay crouching on the lap of our mother. Ye best of snakes, and O Lord of great splendor, from the place I heard the words the sorrowing gods spake unto the grandsire. The god said, O grandsire, thou god of gods, who else than the cruel Kadru does, after getting such their children, curse them so, even in thy presence? And, O grandsire, by thee also have been spoken, with reference to those words of her. Be it so. We wish to know the reason why thou didst not prevent her. Brahman replied, the snakes have multiplied. They are cruel, terrible in form, and highly poisonous. From the desire of the good of my creatures, I did not prevent Kadru then. Those poisonous serpents and others who are sinful, biting others for no fault, shall indeed be destroyed, but not they who are harmless and virtuous. And he also, how when the hour comes, the snake may escape this dreadful calamity. There shall be born in the race of the Yayavaras a great Hish known by name of Jaratkaru, intelligent, given up to ascetic devotions, and with passions under complete control. That Jaratkaru shall have a son also given up to ascetic penances, of the name of Astika. He shall put a stop to that sacrifice, and those snakes who shall be virtuous shall escape therefrom. The god said, O thou truth-knowing on whom shall Jaratkaru, that first Muni, gifted with great energy and asceticism, begat that illustrious son? Brahmana answered, gifted with great energy, that best Brahmana shall beget a son possessed of great energy, on a wife of the same name with him. Vasuki, the king of the snakes, have a sister of the name of Jaratkaru, the son of whom I speak, shall be born of her, and he shall liberate the snakes. Elapatra continued. The gods then said unto the grandsire, be it so. And the Lord Brahman, having said so unto the gods, went to heaven. O Vasuki, and see before me that sister of thine is known by the name of Jaratkaru. For he leaving us from fee, give her as alms unto him. Jaratkaru, of excellent vows, who shall home begging for a bride. These means of release have been heard of by me. Sauti said, O best of regenerate ones, hearing these words of Elapatra, all the serpents in great delight exclaimed, well said, well said. And from that time Vazuk set about carefully bringing up that maiden, viz. His sister Jaratkaru, and he took great delight in hearing her. And much time did not elapse from this, when the gods and the Asuras, assembling together, shortened the abode of Varuna, and Vazuk, the foremost of all gifted with strength, became the shortening cord. And directly the work was over, the king of the snakes presented himself before the grandsire. And the gods, accompanied by Vazuk, addressed the grandsire, saying, O Lord, Vazuk is suffering great affliction from fear of. It behoveth thee to root out the sorrow, begotten of the curse of his mother, that hath pierced the heart of Vazuk, desirous of the well of his haste. The king of the snake is ever our friend and benefactor. O Lord of the gods, be gracious unto him and assuage his mind's fever. Brahma replied, O ye mortals, I have talked in my mind of what ye have said. Let the king of the snakes do that which hath been communicated to him before by Elapatra. The time hath arrived, those only shall be destroyed that are wicked, not those that are virtuous. Jaratkaru have been born, and that Brahmana is engaged in hard ascetic penances, let Vazuki, as the proper time, bestow on him his sister. Ye gods, what have been spoken by the snake, Elapatra, for the will of the snake is true, and not otherwise. Sauti continued. Then the king of the snakes, Vazuki, afflicted with the curse of his mother, hearing these words of the grandsire, and intending to bestow his sister of the rich Jaratkaru, commanded all the serpents, the large number of whom were ever attentive to their duties, to watch the rich Jaratkaru, saying, when the Lord Jaratkaru will ask for a wife, come immediately and inform me of it. The will of our race depends upon it. Saunaka said, O son of Suta, I am desired to know the reason why the illustrious Rish, whom thou hast named Jaratkaru, came to be so called on earth. It behoveth thee to tell us the etymology of the name Jaratkaru. Sauti said, Jara is said to mean waste, and Karu implies hook. This rich body had been hook, and he gradually reduced it by severe ascetic penance. For the same reason, Obrahmanas, the sister of Vazuk, was called Jaratkaru. The virtuous Saunaka, when he heard this, smiled, and addressing Ugrasrava said, It is even so. Saunaka then said, I have heard all that thou hast before recited. I am desired to know how Astika was born. Sauti, on hearing these words, began to say according to what was written in the Sastras. Sauti said, Vazuki, desirous of bestowing his sister upon the Rish Jaratkaru, gave the snakes orders. But days went on, yet that wise Muni of his advance, deeply engaging in ascetic devotions, did not seek for a wife. That high-souled Rish, engaging in studies and deeply devoted to asceticism, and his vital seed, under full control, fearlessly wandered over the whole earth, and had no wish for a wife. Afterwards, once upon a time, there was a king, Obrahmana, of the name of Parakshiti, born in the race of the Kauravas, and like his great-grandfather, Pandu of old, he was of mighty arms, the first of all wearies of bows in battle, and fond of hunting. And the monarchs wandered about hunting deer, and wild boars, and wolves, and buffaloes, and various other kinds of wild animals. One day, having pursued a deer with a sharp arrow, and slung his bow on his back, he penetrated into the deep forest, searching for the animal here and there, like the lustrous Rudra himself of old pulsing in the heavens, bow in hand, the deer which was sacrificed, itself turned into that shape, after having pursued it. No deer that was pursued by Parakshit had ever escaped in the wood with life. These deer, however, wounded as before, fled with speed as the cause of the king's attainment to heaven. And the deer that Parakshit, that king of men, had pursued was lost to his gaze, and drew the monarch far away into the forest. And fatigued and thirsty, he came across a Muni in the forest, seated in a cow pen, and drinking to his fill the froth oozing out of the mouths of calves sucking the milk of their dams. And approaching him hastily, the monarch, hungry and fatigued, and raising his bow, asked that Muni of his advance, saying, O Brahmana, I am King Parakshit, the son of Abhimanyu. A deer pursued by me have been lost. Hast thou seen it? But that Muni, observing then the vow of silence, spoke not unto him a word. And the king in anger thereupon placed upon his shoulder a dead snake, taking it up with the end of his bow. the money suffered him to do it without protest, and he spoke not a word, good or bad. And the king, seeing him in that state, cast off his anger and became sorry. And he returned to his capital, but he continued in the same state, the forgiving money, knowing that the monarch who was a tiger amongst kings was true to the duties of his order, cursed him not, through insulted. The tiger amongst monarch, that foremost on of Mahabharata's race, also did not know that the person whom he had so insulted was a virtuous rich. It was for this that he had so insulted him. That he had a son by name Sringen, of tender ears, gifted with great energy, deep in ascetic penances, severe in his vows, very wrathful and difficult to be appeased. At times he worshipped with great attentions and respect his preceptor, seated with ease on his seat, and ever engaged in the good of creatures. And commanded by his preceptor, he was coming home when, O best of Brahmanas, a companion of his, rich son named Krisa, in a playful mood, laughing, spoke unto him. And Sringen, wrathful and like unto poison itself, hearing these words in reference to his father, blazed up in rage. And Krisa said, Be not proud, O Sringen, for ascetic as thou art and possessed of energy. Thy father bears on his shoulder a dead snake. Henceforth speak not a word to sons of his like ourselves who have knowledge of the truth, are deep in ascetic penance, and have attained success. Where is that manliness of thine, those high words of thine, begotten of pride, when thou must have to behold thy father hearing a dead snake? O best of all the monies, thy father too had done nothing to deserve this treatment, and it is for this that I am particularly sorry, as if the punishment were mine. Sauti said, being distressed and hearing that his sire was spearing at that snake, the powerful Sringen burned with wrath, and looking at Krisa, and speaking softly, he asked him, Pray, why doth my father bear today at that snake? And Krisa replied, Even as King Paraksita was hovering for purpose of hunting, O dear one, he placed the dead snake on the shoulder of thy sire. And Sringen asked, What wrong was done to that wicked monarch by my father? O Krisa, tell me this and witness the power of my asceticism. And Krisa answered, King Parakshit, the son of Abhimanyu, while hunting, had wounded a flat stag with an arrow, and chased it alone. And the king lost sight of the animal in that extensive wilderness. Seeing then thy sire, he immediately accosted him. Thy sire was then observing the vow of silence. Oppressed by hunger, thirst, and labor, the prince again and again asked thy sire, sitting motionless, about the missing deer. The sage, being under the vow of silence, returned no reply. The king thereupon placed the snake on thy sire's shoulder with the end of his bow. O Sringen, thy sire engaged in devotions is in the same posture still, and the king also hath gone to his capital, which is named after the elephant. Sauti continued. Having heard of a dead snake placed upon his shoulder, the son of the Hish, his eyes reddened with anger, as it were blazed up with rage. And possessed by anger, the puissant Hish then cursed the king, touching water and overcome with wrath. And Sringen said, that sinful rash of a monarch who have placed a dead snake on the shoulder of my ling and old parent, that insulter of Brahmanas and tarnisher of the fame of the Kurus, shall be taken with 7 knives, hence of the region of Yama, by the snake Takshaka, the powerful king of serpents, stimulated thereto by the strength of my word. Sauti continued, and having thus cursed from anger, Sringin went to his father, and saw the sage sitting in the coffin, bearing the dead snake, and seeing his parents in that plight, he was again inflamed with fire, and he shed tears of grief, and addressed his sire, saying, Father, have been informed of these thy disgrace at the hands of that wicked rough King Parikshit. I have from anger even cursed him, and that woes of Kurus have hastily dissolved my potent course. 7 days hence, Takshaka, the lord of snakes, shall take the sinful king to the horrible abode of death. And the father said to the aged son, Child, I am not pleased with thee. A Satki should not act thus. We live in the domains of that great king. We are protected by him rightly in all he does. The reigning king should by the like of us be forgiven. If thou destroy the Dharma, verily the Dharma will destroy thee. If the king do not properly protect us, we fare very ill. We cannot perform our religion's rites according to our desire, but protected by rightness, sovereignty, we attain immense merit, and they are entitled to a share thereof. Therefore, heightening royalty is by all means to be forgiven, and Parikshit, like unto his great grandsire, protecteth us as a king should protect his subjects. That penance practicing monarch was fatigued and oppressed with hunger. Ignorant of my vow, he did this. A kingly country always suffereth from evils. The king punisheth offender, and fear of punishments conduceth to peace, and people to their duties and performing their rites undisturbed. The king established religion, established the kingdom of heaven. The king protecteth sacrifice from disturbance, and sacrifice to please the gods. The gods cause rain, and rain produceth grains and herbs, which are always useful to men. Manu saith, a ruler of the destinies of men is equal to 10 Veda-studying priests. Fatigue and oppressed with hunger, that penance practicing brings, have done this through ignorance of my vow. Why then hast thou hastily done this righteous action through childishness? O son, in no way doth the king deserve a curse from us. Sauti said, and Sringin then replied to his father, saying, Whether this be an act of harshness, O father, or an improper act that I have done, whether thou likest or dislikest it, the words spoken by me shall never be in vain. O father, I tell thee, can never be otherwise. I have never spoken a lie even in jest. And Samika said, Dear child, I know that thou art of great prowess and truthful in speech. Thou hast never spoken falsehood before, so that thy curse shall never be falsified. The son, even when he attaineth to age, should yet be always counseled by the father, so that crowned with good qualities he may acquire great renown. A child as thou art, how much more dost thou stand in need of counsel? Thou art even engaged in a ascetic penance. The wrath of even the lustrous one possessing the 6 attributes increaseth greatly. O thou foremost of ordinance observant persons, seeing that thou art my son, and a minor too, and beholding also thy harshness, I see that I must counsel thee. Live thou, O sun, inclined to peace and eating fruits and roots of the forest. Kill these thy anger and destroy not the fruit of thy ascetic acts in this way. Wrath surely decreaseth the virtue that the ascetics acquire with great pains. And then for those deprived of virtue, the blessed state existeth not. Peacefulness even giving success to forgiving ascetics. Therefore, becoming forgiving in thy temper and conquering thy passions, shouldst thou always live. By forgiveness shalt thou obtain words that are beyond the reach of Brahmana himself. Having adopted peacefulness myself, and with a desire also for doing good as much as lies in my power, I must do something, even must ascend to that king, telling him, O monarch, if thou hast been cursed by my son of tender ears and undeveloped intellect, in wrath at seeing thy act of disrespect towards myself. Sauti continued, and that great ascetic, observant of vows, moved by kindness, sent with proper instruction a disciple of his to King Parikshit, and he sent his disciple Gaumukha, of good manners, and engaged also in ascetic penances, instructing him to first inquire about the welfare of the king and then to communicate the real message. And that disciple soon approached that monarch, the head of the Kuru race, and he entered the king's palace, having first sent notice of his arrival through the servant in attendance at the gate. And the twice-born Gaumukha was duly worshipped by the monarch, and after resting for a while, he detailed fully to the king, in the presence of his ministers, the words of Samika, of cruel importance, exactly as he had been instructed. And Gaumukha said, O King of Kings, there is rich Samika, by name, of virtuous soul, his passions under control, peaceful, and give up to hard ascetic devotions, living in thy dominance by thee, O tiger among men, was placed on the shoulder of that rich, observing at present the vow of silence, a dead snake, with the end of thy bow. He himself forgive thee that act, but his son could not, and by the lady hast thou today been cursed. O King of Kings, without the knowledge of his father, to the effect that within 7 nights hence shall Takshaka cause thy death. And Samika repeatedly asked his son to save thee, but there is none of falsify his son's curse. And because he hath been unable to pacify his son possessed by anger, therefore have I been sent to thee, O king, for thy good. And that king of the Kuru race, himself engaged in ascetic practices, having heard these cruel words and recollecting his own sinful act, became exceedingly sorry. And the king, learning that foremost of his in the forest had been observing the vow of silence, was doubly afflicted with sorrow, and seeing the kindness of the rich Samnika, and considering his own sinful act towards him, the king became very repentant. And the king, looking like a very god, did not grieve so much for hearing of his death as for having done that act to the rich. And then the king sent away Gaurmukha, saying, Let the worshipful one be gracious to me. And when Gaurmukha had gone away, the king in great anxiety, without loss of time, consulted his ministers, and having consulted them, the king himself, wise in counsels, caused a mansion to be erected upon one solitary column, as it was well guarded day and night, and for its protection were placed their physicians and medicines and brahmanas skilled in mantras all around, and the monarch protected on all sides discharged his kingly duties from that place surrounded by his virtuous ministers, and no one could approach that best of kings there. The air even could not go there, being prevented from entering. And when the Sabbath day had arrived, that the best of Brahmanas, the learned Kasyapa, was coming, desirous of treating the king. He had heard all that had taken place, viz. That Takshaka, that the first of snakes, set that best of monarchs to the presence of Yama, and he talked. One could the monarch after he is bite by that first of snakes, but that I may have wealth and may acquire virtue also. But that prince of snakes, Takshaka, in the form of our old Brahmana, saw Kasyapa approaching on his way, his heart set upon curing the king. And the prince of snakes them spake unto that bull among munis, Kasyapa saying, Whither dost thou go with such speed? What besides is the business upon which thou art intent? And Kasyapa thus addressed replied, Takshaka by his poison will today burn King Parikshit of the Kuru race, that oppressor of our enemies, go with speed, O amiable one, to cure without loss of time the king of immeasurable powers, the sole representative of the Pandava race, after he is bite by the same Takshaka, like to Agni himself in earnest. And Takshaka answered, I am that Takshaka, O Brahmana, who shall burn that lord of the earth. Stop, for thou art unable to cure unbite by me. And Kasyapa rejoined, I am sure that, possessed of the power of learning, going thither I shall cure that monarch bit by thee. Sauti said, and Takshaka after this answered, If indeed thou art able to cure any creature beaten by me, then, O Kasyapa, revive thou these 3 beat by me. O best of Brahmanas, I burn this banya in thy sight. Try thy best and show me that skill in mantras with which thou hast spoken. And Kasyapa said, If thou art so minded, beat thou them, O king of snakes, these trees. O snake, I shall revive it, talked beat by thee. Sauti continued, that king of snakes, thus addressed by the illustrious Kasyapa, beat them that banyan tree, and that tree beat by the illustrious snake, and penetrated by the poison of the serpents, blazed up all around. And having burned the banyan, so the snake then spake again unto Kasyapa, saying, O first of Brahmanas, try thy best and revive this lord of the forest. Sauti continued, the tree was reduced to ashes by the poison of that king of snakes, but taking up those ashes, Kasyapa spoke these words, O king of snakes, behold the power of my knowledge as applied to this lord of the forest. O snake, under thy very nose I shall revive it. And then that best of Brahmanas, the illustrious and learned Kasyapa, revived by his learning that tree which had been reduced to a heap of ashes. And first he created this fruit, then he furnished it with 2 leaves, and then he made the stem, and then the branches, and then the full growth tree with leaves and all. And Takshaka, seeing the tree revived by the illustrious Kasyapa, said unto him, It is not wonderful indeed that thou shouldest destroy my poison or that of any one else like myself. O thou whose wealth is asceticism, desirous of what wealth goest thou thither? The reward thou hopest to have from that best of monarch, even I will give thee, however difficult it may be to obtain it. Decked with fame as thou art, thy success may be doubtful on that king affected by Brahmana's curse, and whose span of life itself hath been shortened. In that case, this blazing fame of thine that hath overspread the 3 worlds will disappear like the sun when deprived of his splendor. Kasyapa said, I go there for wealth, give it unto me, O snake, so that taking thy gold I may return. Takshaka answered, O best of regenerate ones, even I will give thee more than what thou expectest from that king. Therefore cease to go. Sauti continued, that the best of Brahmanas, Kasyapa, of great prowess and intelligence, hearing those words of Takshaka, sat in yoga meditation over the king. And that foremost of Munis, viz. Kasyapa, of great prowess and gifted with spiritual knowledge, ascertaining that the period of the life of that king of the Pandava race had really run out, returned, receiving from Takshaka as much wealth as he desired. And upon the illustrious Kasyapa, retracing his steps, Takshaka at the proper time speedily entered the seat of Hastinapura, and on his way he heard that the king was living very careful, protected by means of poison neutralizing, mantras and medicines. Sauti continued. The snake thereupon reflected, saying, the monarch must be deciphered by me with power of illusion, but what must be the means? Then Takshaka sent to the king some snakes in the guise of ascetics, taking with them fruits, kusa grass, and water. And Takshaka, addressing them, said, Go ye out to the king, alleging urgent business, without any sign of impatience, as if to make the monarch only accept the fruit and flowers and water. Sauti continued. Those snakes, thus commanded by Takshaka, acted accordingly, and they took to the king kusa grass and water and fruits, and that foremost of kings of great prowess accepted those offerings. And after their business was finished, he said unto them, retire. Then after those snakes disguised as ascetics had gone away, the king addressed his ministers and friends, saying, Eat ye with me all these fruits of excellent taste brought by the ascetics. Impelled by fate and the woes of the rich, the king, with his minister, felt the desire of eating those fruits. The particular fruit, within which Takshaka had entered, was taken by the king himself for eating, and when he was eating it, there appeared Wasaunaka, an ugly insect out of it, of shape scarcely discernible, of eyes black and of coppery in color. And that foremost of kings, taking that insect, addressed his counselors, saying, The sun is setting. Today I have no more fear from poison. Therefore let this insect become Takshaka and bite me, so that my sinful act may be expiated and the woes of the ascetic handed through. and those councillors also, impelled by fate, approved of that speech. And the monarch smiled, losing his sense, his hour having come, and he quickly placed that insect on his neck. And as the king was smiling, Takshaka, who had come out of the fruit that had been offered to the king, coiled himself round the neck of the monarch, and quickly coiling round the king's neck, and uttering a tremendous roar. Takshaka, that lord of snakes, beat that protect of the earth. Sauti said. Then the councillors, beholding the king in the coils of Takshaka, became pale with fear and wet in exceeding grief. And hearing the roar of Takshaka, the minister fled. And as they were flying away in great grief, they saw Takshaka, the king of snakes, that wonderful serpent, coursing through the blue sky like a streak of the hue of the lotus, and looking very much like the vermilion colored line on a woman's scroll, dividing the dark mass of her hair in the middle. And the mansion in which the king was living blazed up with Takshaka poison, and the king's councillors, on beholding it, fled away in all directions, and the king himself fell down as if struck by lightning. And when the king was laid low by Takshaka poison, his councillors with the royal priest, a holy Brahmana, performed all his last rites. All the cities assembling together, made the minor son of the deceased monarch their king, and the people called their new king, that slayer of our enemies, that hero of the Kuru's race, by the name of Janamejaya, and that best of monarchs, Janamejaya, talked as child, was wise in mind, and with his councillors and priests, the eldest son Parakshita, that blew amongst the Kurus, ruled the kingdom like his heroic great-grandfather. And the minister of the youthful monarch, beholding that he could now keep his enemy in check, went to Survana Varmana, the king of Kasi, and asked him his daughter Vapustama for a bride. And the king of Kasi, after due inquiries, bestowed with ordained rites his daughter Vapustama on that mighty hero of Kuru's race, and the latter, receiving his bride, became exceedingly glad, and he gave not his heart at any time to any other woman, and gifted with great energy, he wandered in pursuit of pleasure, with a cheerful heart, on expanses of water, and amid moons and flowery fields. And that first of monarch passed his time in pleasure as Pururavas of old did, on receiving the celestial damsel Urvasi, herself fairest of the fair, the damsel Vapustama too, devoted to her lord and celebrated for her beauty, having gained a desirable husband, pleased him by the excess of her affection during the period he spent in the pursuit of pleasure. Meanwhile, the great Satki Jaratkaru wandered over the home earth, making the place where evening fell his home for the night. And gifted with a Satki power, he roamed, practicing various vows difficult to be practiced by the immaturate, and bathing also in various secret waters, and the Muni had air alone for his food, and was free from desire of worldly enjoyment, and he became daily emaciated, and grew lean-fleshed, and one day he saw the spirits of his ancestor, heads down in a hole, by a code of Virana, roots, having only one tree entire, and that single tree even was being gradually eaten away by a large hat dwelling in that hole. And the pitris in that hole were without food, emaciated, pitiable, and eagerly desirous of salvation, In Jaratkaru, approaching the pit on himself in humble guise, asked them, who are ye hanging by this cord of Virana hood? The single weak hood that is still left in this cord of Virana hoods, already eaten away by the rat dwelling in this hall, is itself being gradually eaten away by the same rat with his sharp teeth. The little that remains of that single tree will soon be cut away. It is clear ye shall then have to fall down into this pit with face downwards. Seeing you with face downwards and overtaken by this great calamity, my pit have been exited. What good can I do to you? Tell me quickly whether this calamity can be relieved by a fourth, a third, or even by the sacrifice of a half of this my asceticism. Oh, relieve yourself even with the whole of my asceticism. I consent to all these. Do ye as ye please. The Pitri said, Venerable Brahma Karin, thou desires to relieve us, but, O foremost of Brahmanas, thou canst not dispel aught affliction by thy asceticism. O child, O first of speakers, we too have the fruits of our asceticism. But, O Brahmana, it is for the laws of children that we are falling down into this unholy hell. The grandsire himself hath said that the son is a great merit. As we are about to be cast in this hole, our ideas are no longer clear. Therefore, O child, we know thee not outtalked thy manhood in well known earth. Venerable thou art, and of good fortune, thou who dost from kindness grievest for us worth of pity, and greatly afflicted. O Brahmana, listen who we are. We are each of the Yayavara sect, of Hijit vows, and harmony from laws of children. We have fallen down from a sacred region. Our severe penances have not been destroyed. We have a tread yet, but we have only one tread now. It matters little, however, whether he is or is not. Unfortunate as we are, we have a treading on, known as Jaratkaru. The unfortunate one has gone through the Vedas and their branches and is practicing asceticism alone. He being on with so complete control, desires set high, observant of vows, deeply engaged in ascetic penances, and free from greed for the merits of asceticism. We have been reduced to this deplorable state. He hath no wife, no son, no relatives. Therefore do we hang in this hole, or conscience lost, like men having none to take care of them. If thou meetst him, O tell him, from thy kindness to ourselves, thy pitris in sorrow are hanging with face downwards in a hole. Holy one, take a wife and beget children. O thou of ascetic wealth, thou art. O amiable one, the only tree that remaineth in the line of thy ancestor. O Brahmana, the cord of Virana roots that thou seest we are hanging by, is the cord representing our multiplied race. And, O Brahmana, these trees of the cord of Virana roots that thou seest have been eaten away, are ourselves who have been eaten up by time. These roots thou seest have been half eaten, and by which we are hanging in this hole is he that hath adopted asceticism alone. The rat that thou beholdest is time of infinite strength, and he is gradually weakening the rough Jaratkaru engaged in ascetic penance, tempted by the merits thereof. But waiting in prudence and hurt. O excellent one, his asceticism cannot save us. Behold our roots being torn, cast down from higher regions, deprived of consignments by time. We are going downwards like sinful wretches, and upon our going down into this hole with all our relatives eaten up by time, even he shall sink with us into hell. O child, whether it is asceticism, or sacrifice, or whatever else there be of very whole acts, everything is inferior. This cannot count with a son. O child, having seen all, speak unto that Geratkaru of ascetic wealth. Thou shouldest tell him in detail everything that thou hast beheld. And, O Brahmana, from thy kindness towards ourselves, thou shouldest tell him all that would induce him to take a wife and beget children. Amongst his friends, or of our own race, who art thou, O excellent one, that thus grieves for us all like a friend? We wish to hear who thou art that stayest here. Sauti said. Geratkaru, hearing all this, became excessively sorry, and from sorrow he spake unto those Pitris in words obstructed by tears. And Geratkaru said, Ye are even my fathers and grandfathers gone before. Therefore, tell me what must I do for your welfare? I am that sinful son of yours. Geratkaru, punish me for sinful deeds, worthless as I am. The Pitris replied, saying, O son, by good luck hast thou arrived at this spot in course of thy humbles. O Brahmana, why hast thou not taken a wife? And Geratkaru said, Yea, Pitris, this desire hath always existed in my heart, that I would with vital seed draw up, carrying this body to the other world. My mind hath been possessed with the idea that I would not take a wife. But ye, grandsire, having seen you hanging like birds, I have diverted my mind from the Brahmacharya mode of life. I will truly do what you like. I will certainly marry, if ever I get maiden of my own name. I shall accept her who, bestowing herself of her own accord, shall be as alms unto me, and whom I shall not have to maintain. I shall marry if I get such a one, otherwise I shall not. This is the truth, yea, grandsire, and the offspring that will be begotten upon her shall be your salvation. And ye, Pitris of mine, ye shall live forever in a blessedness and without fear of all. Sauti continued. The Muni, having said so unto the Pitris, wandered over the earth again. And Osaunaka, old as he was, he obtained not a wife, and he grieved much that he was not successful, but directed by his ancestor, he continued the search, and going into the forest, he wept loudly in great grief. And having gone into the forest, the wise one, moved by the desire of doing good to his ancestor, said, I will ask for a bride, distinctly repeating these words thrice. And he said, whatever creatures are he, mobily and immobily, so whatever that are invisible, oh, hear my words. My ancestor, afflicted with grief, have directed me that I am engaged in the most severe penance, saying, marry thou for a son. O ye, directed by my ancestor, I am roaming in poverty and sorrow over the wide world for wedding a maiden, that may obtain as alms, let that creature amongst those I have addressed, who have a daughter, bestow her on myself, that I am roaming far and near. Such a bride as is of the same name with me, to be bestowed on me as alms, and whom besides I shall not maintain or bestow on me. Then those snakes that had been set upon Jaratkaru's track, ascertaining his inclination, gave information to Vazuk, and the king of the snakes, hearing their words, took with him that maiden decked with ornaments, and went into the forest unto that Rish. And Brahmana, Vasuki, the king of the snakes, having gone there, offered that maiden as alms unto that high solid Rish. But the Rish did not at once accept her. And the Rish, thinking her not to be of the same name with himself, and seeing that the question of her maintenance also was unsettled, reflected for a few moments, hesitating to accept her, and then also of Bihirigu, he asked Vazuk the maiden's name, and also said unto him, I shall not maintain her. Sauti said, then Vazuki spake unto the Rish Jaratkaru these words, O best of Brahmanas, this maiden is of the same name with thee. She is my sister, and hath a set merit. I will maintain thy wife, accept of her. O thou of a set wealth, I shall protect her with all my ability, and foremost of great monies, she hath been heeded by me for thee. And Rish replied, This is agreed between us that I shall not maintain her, and she shall not do aught that I do not like. If she do, I leave her. Sauti continued, when the snake had promised, saying, I shall maintain my sister. Jaratkaru then went to the snake's house. Then that first of mantra knowing Brahmanas, observing of his vows, that virtuous and veteran ascetic, took her hand, presented to him according to the Sastric rites, and taking his bride with him, adored by the great Rish, he entered the delightful Shamba, set apart for him by the king of the snakes. And in that Shamba was a bedstead covered with very valuable coverlets. And Jaratkaru lived there with his wife, and the excellent Rish made an agreement with his wife, saying, Nothing must ever be done or said by thee that is against my liking. And in case of thy doing any such thing, I will leave thee and no longer continue to stay in thy house. Bear in mind these words that have been spoken by me. And then the sister of the king of the snakes, in great anxiety and grieving exceedingly, spoke unto him, saying, Be it so. And moved by the desire of doing good to her relatives, that damsel of unsullied reputation began to attend upon her lord with the wakefulness of a dog, the timidity of a deer, and knowledge of signs possessed by the crow. And one day, after the menstrual period, the sister of Vazuk, having purified herself by a put, according to the custom, approached her lord, the great moon, and thereupon she conceived, and the embryo was like unto a flame of a fire, possessed of a great energy, and resplendent as the fire itself, and it grew like the moon in the bright fortnight. And one day, within a short time, Jaratkaru of great fame, placing his head on the lap of his wife, slept looking like unfatigued. And as he was sleeping, the sun entering his Shamba in the western mountain was about to set. And Brahmana, as the day was fading, she, the excellent sister of Vasuki, became thoughtful, fearing the loss of her husband's virtue, and she talked. What should I now do? Shall I wake my husband or not? He is exacting and punctilious in his religious duties. How can I act as not to offend him? The alternatives are his anger and the laws of virtue of a virtuous man. The laws of virtue, I win, is the great of the two evils. Again, if I wake him, he will be angry. But if twilight passeth away without his prayers being said, he shall certainly sustain laws of virtue. And having resolved at last, the sweet species Jaratkaru, the sister of Vazuk, spake softly unto that fish, resplendent with ascetic penances, and lying prostrate like a flame of fire. O thou of great good fortune, awake, the sun is setting. O thou of rigid vows, O illustrious one, do your evening prayers, after purifying yourself with water in name of Vishnu. The time for the evening sacrifice have come. Twilight, O Lord, is even now gently covering the west side. The illustrious Jaratkaru of great ascetic merit, disinterested, spake unto his wife these words, his upper lip quivering in anger. O mere one of the Naga race, thou hast insulted me. I shall no longer abide with thee, but shall go whatsoever I came from. O thou of beautiful tigers, I believe in my heart that the sun hath no power to set in the usual time, if I am asleep. An insulted person should never live where he hath met with the insult, far less should I, a virtuous person, or those that are like me. Jaratkaru, the sister of Vazuk, thus addressed by her lord, began to quake with terror, and he spake unto him, saying, O Brahmana, I have not waked thee from desire of insult, but I have done it that thy virtue may not sustain in loss. This Jaratkaru, great in ascetic merit, possessed with anger and desirous of forsaking his spouse, distressed, spake unto his wife, saying, O thou fair one, never have I spoke a falsehood, therefore go I shall. This was also settled between ourselves. O amiable one, I have passed the time happily with thee, and, O fair one, tell thy brother when I am gone that I have left thee, and upon my going away it behoveth thee not to grieve for me. Thus addressed Jaratkaru, the fair sister of Vazuki, of faultless features, filled with angst and sorrow, having mustered sufficient courage and patience, thought her heart was still quaking, and then spake unto his Jaratkaru. Her words were obstructed with tears, and her face was pale with fear, and the palms of her hands were joined together, and her eyes were bathed in tears. And she said, It behoveth thee not to leave me without fault. Thou treadest over the path of virtue, and too have been in the same path, with heart fixed on the good of my relatives. O best of Brahmanas, the object for which I was bestowed on thee have not been accomplished yet. Unfortunate as I am, what shall Vazuk say unto me? O excellent one, the offspring desired of thee by my relatives afflicted by a mother's curse, doth not yet appear. The welfare of my relatives dependeth on the acquisition of an offspring from thee, and in order that my connection with thee may not be fruitless, O illustrious Brahmana, moved by the desire of doing good to my race, do I entreat thee. O excellent one, high solid as thou art, why shalt thou leave me who am faultless? This conception of mine is as yet indistinct. Thus addressed, the meaning of great ascetic merit spake unto his wife Jaratkaru these words that were proper and suitable to the occasion. And he said, O fortunate one, the being thou hast conceived, even like unto Agni himself, is rich of so highly virtues, and the master of the Vedas and their branches. Having said so, the great rish Jaratkaru of virtuous soul went away, his heart firmly fixed on practicing again the severest penance. Sauti said, O thou of ascetic wealth, soon after her lord had left her, Jaratkaru went to her brother, and she told him everything that had happened. And the prince of snakes, hearing the calamitous news, spake unto his miserable sister, himself more miserable still. And he said, Thou knowest, O amiable one, the purpose of thy bestowal, the reason thereof. If from that union, for the welfare of the snakes, a son be born, then he possessed of energy will save us all from the snake's sacrifice. The grandsire had said so, of old, in the midst of the gods. O fortunate one, hast thou conceived from thy union with that best of rich? My heart's desire is that my bestowal of thee on that wise one may not be fruitless. Truly, it is not proper for me to ask thee about this, but from the gravity of the interest I ask thee these, knowing also the obstinance of thy Lord, even engaged in severe penance. I shall not follow him, for he may curse me. Tell me in detail how that thy Lord, O amiable one, have done, and extract that terrible afflicting dart that lies implanted for a long time past in my heart. Jaratkaru, thus addressed, consoling Vazuk, the king of the snakes, at length replied, saying, Asked by me about offspring, the high-souled and mild ascetic said, There is, and then he went away. I do not remember him to have ever before in jest aught that is false. Why should he, O king, speak a falsehood on such a serious occasion? He said, Thou shouldst not grieve, O doctor of the snake race, about the intent result of our union. A son shall be born to thee, resplendent as the blazing sun. O brother, having said this to me, my husband of ascetic wealth hath gone away. Therefore, let the deep sorrow cherished in thy heart disappear. Sauti continued. Thus addressed, Vazuk, the king of the snakes, accepted those words of his sister, and in great joy said, Be it so. And the chief of the snakes then adored his sister with his best regards, gifted of wealth and fitting eulogies. Then, O best of Brahmanas, the embryo endowed with great energy and great splendor began to develop it like the moon in the heavens in the bright fortnight. And in due time, the sister of the snakes, O Brahmana, gave birth to a son of the splendor of a celestial child, who became the reliever of the fears of his paternal ancestor and maternal relatives. The child grew up there in the house of the king of the snakes. He studied the Vedas and their branches with the ascetic Kyavana, the son of Pihirigu, and talked but a boy. His vows were rigid, and he was gifted with great intelligence, and with the several attributes of virtue, knowledge, freedom from the world's indulgence, and saintliness. And the name by which he was known to the world was Astika. And he was known by the name of Astika, because his father had gone to the woods saying, There is, when he was in the womb, talked but a boy. He had great gravity and intelligence, and he was reared with great care in the palace of the snakes, and he was like the illustrious lord of the celestials, viz. Mahadeva of the golden form, the wielder of the trident, and he grew up day by day, the delight of all the snakes. Saunaka said, "Tell me again in detail all that King Janamejaya had asked his minister about his father's ascensions to heaven." O Brahmana, he all that true king asked his minister in all that they said about the death of Parikshit. Janamejaya asked, "Know ye all that befell my father? How did that famous king in time meet with his death?" Hearing from you the incidents of my father's life in detail, I shall obtain something, if it be for the benefit of the world. Otherwise, I shall do nothing. The minister replied, "Hear, O monarch, what thou hast asked, viz. An account of thy illustrious father's life, and how also that King of kings left this world. Thy father was virtuous and high-souled, and always protected his people. Oh, he how that high-souled one conducted himself on earth, like unto an impersonation of virtue and justice. The monarch, cognizant of virtue, virtually protected the four orders, each engaged in the discharge of their specified duties, of incomparable prowess, and blessed with fortune. He protected the gods' earth. There was none who hated him, and he himself hated none. Like unto Prajapati, he was equally disposed towards all creatures. O monarch, Brahmanas and Kshatriyas and Vaisyas and Sudras are engaged contentedly in the practice of their respective duties, were impartially protected by that king. Widows and orphans, the maimed and the poor, he maintained. Of handsome theatres, he was unto all creatures like a second Siroma, cherishing his subjects and keeping them contented. Blessed with good fortune, truth-telling, of manly prowess, he was the disciple of Saradivat in the science of arms. And, O Janamejaya, thy father was dear unto Govinda. Of great fame, he was loved by all men, and he was born in the womb of Uttitara, when the Kuru race was almost extinct. And therefore the mighty son of Abhimanyu came to be called Parikshit, well versed in the interpretation of treaties on the duties of kings. He was gifted with every virtue, with passions under complete control, intelligent, possessing a retentive memory, the practitioner of all virtues, the conqueror of his 6 passions of powerful mind, surpassing all, and fully acquainted with the science of mortality and political converse. Thy father had ruled over these subjects for 60 years, and he then died, mourned by all his subjects. And after him, O first of men, thou hast acquired this hereditary kingdom of the Kurus for the last 1,000 years. Thou wast installed while a child, and art thus protecting every creature." Janamejaya said, "There hath not been born in our race a king who hath not sought the good of his subjects, or been loved by them. Behold especially the conduct of my grandsire Eva, engaged in great achievements. How did my father, blessed with many virtues, meet with his death? Describe everything to me as it fell out. I am desirous of hearing it from you." Sauti continued, Thus directed by the monarch, those counselors, even solicitors of the good of the king, told him everything exactly as it had occurred. And the counselors said, O king, that father of thine, that protector of the whole earth, that foremost of our persons, obedient to the scriptures, became addicted to the sports of the field, even as Pandu of might arms, that foremost of our bearers of the bull in Beru. He made over to us all the affairs of the state from the most trivial to the most important. One day, going into the forest, he pursued a deer with an arrow, and having pursued it, he followed it quickly on foot into the deep woods, armed with swords and quiver. He could not, however, come upon the lost deer, 60 years of age and decrepit. He was soon fatigued and became hungry. He then saw in the deep woods a high-souled hish. The hish was then observing the vow of silence. The king asked him about the deer, but Togged asked. He made no reply. At last the king, already tired with exertion and hunger, suddenly became angry with that hish sitting motionless, like a piece of wood in observance of his vow of silence. Indeed, the king knew not that he was a morning observing the vow of silence. Swayed by anger, thy father insulted him. O excellent one of the Bharata race, the king, thy father, taking upon from the ground with the end of his bow a dead snake, placed it on the shoulders of that Muni of poor soul. But the Muni spake not a word, good or bad, and was without anger. He continued in the same posture, burying the dead snake. Sauti continued. The minister said, that king of kings, then, tired with hunger and exertion, and having placed the snake upon the shoulders of that Muni, came back to his capital. The Muni had a son, born for a cow, of the name of Sringin. He was widely known, possessed of great prowess and energy, and very wrathful. Going to his preceptor, he was in the act of worshipping him. Commanded by him, Sringin was returning home, when he heard from a friend of his about the insult of his father by thy parent. And, O tiger among kings, he heard that his father, without having committed any fault, was burying motionless, like a statue, upon his shoulder a dead snake placed thereon. O king, the rich insulted by thy father was severing ascetic penances, the foremost of mournings, the controller of passions, poor and ever engaged in wonderful acts. His soul was enlightened with ascetic penances, and his organs and their functions were under complete control. His practices and his speech were both very nice. He was contented and without avarice. He was without meanings of any kind and without envy. He was old and used to observe the vow of silence. And he was the refuge whom all creatures might seek in distress. Such was the hish insulted by thy father. The son, however, of that hish in wrath cursed thy father. Tog, young in years, the powerful one was old in ascetic splendor, speedily touching water. He spake, burning as it were with spiritual energy and rage. These words in allusion to thy father. Behold the power of my asceticism. Directed by my words, the snake Taxhaka of powerful energy and virulent poison shall within 7 nights hence burn with his poison. The wretch that hath placed the dead snake upon my unoffending father. And having said this, he went to where his father was, and seeing his father, he told him of his curse. The tide among his, thereupon sent to thy father a disciple of his, named Gaumukha, of amiable manners, and possessed of every virtue. And having hasted a while, he told the king everything, saying in the words of his master, Thou hast been cursed, O king, by my son. Takshaka shall burn thee with his person. Therefore, O king, be careful. O Janamejaya, hearing those terrible words, thy father took every precaution against the powerful snake Takshaka. And when the seventh day had arrived, a Brahmana Rishi named Kasyapa desired to come to the monarch. But the snake Takshaka saw Kasyapa, and the prince of snakes spake unto Kasyapa without loss of time, saying, Where dost thou go so quickly, and where is the business on which thou goest? Kasyapa replying, saying, O Brahmana, I am going with King Parikshit, that best of the Kurus is. He shall today be burned by the poison of the snake Takshaka. I go there quickly in order to cure him. In fact, in order that, protected by me, the snake may not bite him to death. Takshaka answered, saying, Why dost thou seek to revive the king to be bitten by me? I am that Takshaka. O Brahmana, behold the wonderful power of my poison. Thou art incapable of reviving that monarch when beat by me. So saying, Takshaka then and there beat a lot of the forest. And the banyan, as soon as it was beat by the snake, was covered into ashes. But Kasyapa, O king, revived it. Takshaka thereupon tempted him, saying, Tell me thy desire. And Kasyapa, too, distressed, spake again unto Takshaka, saying, I go there from desire of wealth. And Takshaka, distressed, then spake unto the high-souled Kasyapa in this soft word, O King's one, take from me more wealth than that thou expectest from that monarch, and go back thy way. And Kasyapa, that foremost of men, distressed by the snake, and receiving from him as much wealth as he desired, wended back his way. And Kasyapa, wending back his way, Takshaka, approaching in disguise, blasted with the fire of his poison thy virtuous father, the first of kings, then staying in his mansion with all precautions. And after that thou wast, O tiger among men, being installed. And, O best of monarchs, we have thus told thee all that we have seen and heard, cruel talked, the account is, and hearing all about the discomfiture of the monarch, thy father, and of the insult to the rich Utanka, decidest thou that what should follow. Sauti continued. King Janamejaya, that chastiser of enemies, then spake unto all his ministers, and he said, When have ye learned all that happened upon that banyan reduced to ashes by Takshaka, and which, wonderful as it is, was afterwards revived by Kasyapa? Assuredly my father could not have died, for the poison could have been neutralized by Kasyapa with his mantras. That worst of snakes, of sinful soul, talked within his mind, that, If Kasyapa received the king beat by him, he, Takshaka, would be an object of ridicule in the world owing to the neutralization of his poison. Assuredly, having talked so, he pacified the Brahmana. I have devised a way, however, of inflicting punishment upon him. I like to know, however, ye saw or heard what happened in the deep solitude of the forest, viz. The word of Takshaka and the speech of Kasyapa. Having known it, I shall devise the means of exterminating the snake race. The minister said, He, O monarch, of him who told us before of the meeting between that foremost Brahmanas and that prince of the snakes in the woods. A certain person, O monarch, had climbed up that tree containing some dry branches with the object of breaking them for sacrificial food. He was not perceived either by the snake or by the Brahmana, and O king, that man was reduced to ashes along with the tree itself. And, O king of kings, he was revived with the tree by the power of the Brahmana. That men are Brahmanas, many are having come to us, represented fully everything as it happened between Takshaka and the Brahmana. Thus have we told thee, O king, all that we have seen and heard, and having heard it, O tiger among kings, ordain that we should follow. Sauti continued. King Janamejaya, having listened to the words of his ministers, was sorely afflicted with grief, and began to weep. And the monarch began to squeeze his hands, and the lotus-eyed king began to breathe a long and hot breath, shed tears, and shrieked aloud, and possessed with grief and sorrow, and shedding copious tears, and touching water according to the form, the monarch spake, and reflecting for a moment, as if settling something in his mind, the angry monarch, addressing our ministers, said these words. I have heard your account of my father's ascensions to heaven. Know ye now what my fixed resolve is. I think no time must be lost in avenging this injury upon the rash Takshaka that killed my father. He burned my father, making shrinking only secondary cause. From malignity alone he made Kasyapa return. If that Brahmana had arrived, my father assuredly would have lived. What would he have lost if the king had revived by the grace of Kasyapa and the precautionary measures of his ministers? From ignorance of the effects of my wrath, he prevented Kasyapa, that excellent of Brahmanas, whom he could not defeat, from coming to my father with the desire of reviving him. The act of aggression is great on the part of the rash Takshaka, who gave wealth unto that Brahmana, in order that he might not revive the king. I must now avenge myself on my father's enemy, to please myself, Drish Utanka, and you all. Sauti said. King Janamejaya, having said so, his ministers expressed their approbation, and the monarch then expressed his determination to perform a snake sacrifice. And that lord of the earth, that tiger of the Bharata race, the son of Parakshit, then called his priests and Hitivikas, and accomplished in speech, he spake unto them these words relating to the accomplishment of his great task. I must avenge myself on the rash Takshaka, who killed my father. Tell me what I must do. Do you know an act by which I may cast into the blazing fire the snake Takshaka with his relatives? I am desired to burn that wretch even as he burned of yore by the fire of his poison, my father. The chief priest answered, There is, O king, a great sacrifice for thee devised by the gods themselves. It is known as the snake sacrifice, and is read of in the Purana. O king, thou alone canst accomplish it, and no one else. Men versed in the Purana have taught us there is such a sacrifice. Sauti continued. This addressed the king, O excellent one, talked Taxhaka to be already burned and threw into the blazing mouth of Agni, the eater of the sacrificial butter. The king then said unto those Brahmanas versed in mantras, I shall make preparation for that sacrifice. Tell me the things that are necessary. And the king's Hitivikas, O excellent Brahmana, versed in the Vedas and acquainted with the heat of that sacrifice, mentioned, according to the scriptures, the land for the sacrificial platform. And the platform was decked with much valuable articles and with Brahmanas, and it was full of precious things and padidi. And the Hitivikas sat upon it at ease, and after the sacrificial platform had been thus constructed according to the rule and desired, they installed the king at the snake sacrifice for the attainment of its object. And before this commencement of the snake sacrifice that was to come, there occurred this very important incident foreboding obstruction to the sacrifice. For when the sacrificial platform was being constructed, a professional builder of great intelligence and well versed in the knowledge of laying foundation, a Sutta caste, well acquainted with the Puranas, said, the soil upon which as the time at which the measurement for the sacrificial platform has been made indicate that this sacrifice will not be completed, a Brahmana becoming the reason thereof. Hearing this, the king, before his installation, gave orders to his gatekeeper not to admit anybody without his knowledge. Sauti said, the snake sacrifice then commenced according to the form, and the sacrificial priest, competent in their respective duties, according to the ordinance, clad in black garments, and their eyes had from contact with smoke, poured clarified butter into the blazing fire, uttering proper mantras, and causing the hearts of all the snakes to tremble with fear. They poured clarified butter into the mouth of Agni, uttering the names of the snakes, and the snakes thereupon began to fall into the blazing fire, benumbed and pitiless, calling upon one another, and swollen and breathing hard, and twinning each other with their heads and tails. They came in large numbers and fell into the fire. The white, the black, the blue, the old and the young, all fell alike into the fire, uttering various cries, those messeries Akrosa, and those messeries Ayojana, and those of the messeries of Agokarna, fell continually with great violence into that first of all fires, and hundreds and thousands, and tens of thousands of snakes, deprived of all control over their limbs, perished on that occasion. And amongst those that perished, there were some that were like horses, others like trunks of elephants, and others of hook bodies, and strength like maddened elephants, of various colors and virulent poison, terribly and looking like maces, furnished with iron spikes, of great strength, ever inclined to bite the snakes, afflicted with their mother's curse, fell into the fire. Saunaka asked, what great heat became the Hitivikas at the snake sacrifice of the wise king Janamejaya, of the Pandava line, who also became the Sadducees in that terrible snake sacrifice, so frightful to the snakes, and begetting such sorrow in them. It behoveth thee to describe all these in detail, so that, O son of Suta, we may know who were acquainted with the rituals of the snake sacrifice. Sauti answered, I will recite the name of those wise ones who became monarchs, Hitivikas, and Sadducees. The Brahmana Khandavargava became the Khotri in that sacrifice. He was of great reputation, and was born in the race of Kyavana, and was the foremost of those acquainted with the Vedas. The learned old Brahmana, called Sa, became the Udigatri, the chanter of the Vedic hymns. Jaimini became the Brahmana and Sarngarva, and Pingala, the Adivarius. Vyasa with his son and disciples, and Udidalaka, Pramataka, Sivetaketu, Pingala, Asita, Devala, Narada, Parvata, Atreya, Kundajatihara, the Brahmana Kalagihata, Vatsya, old Srutasravas, even engaged in japa and the study of the Vedas. Kohala, Devasarman, Maudigalia, Samasaurava, and many other Brahmanas who had got through the Vedas became the Sadducees at that sacrifice of the son of Parakshiti. When the Hitivikas in that spake sacrifice began to pour clarified butter into the fire, terrible snakes, striking fear into every creature, began to fall into it. And the fat and the marrow of the snakes thus falling into the fire began to flow in rivers, and the atmosphere was filled with an insufferable stench owing to the incessant burning of the snakes. And incessant also were the cries of the snakes fallen into the fire and those in the air about to fall into it. Meanwhile, Takshaka, that prince of snakes, as soon as he heard that King Janamejaya was engaged in the sacrifice, went to the palace of Purandara, and that best of snakes, having represented all that had taken place, sought in terror the protection of Indra after having acknowledged his fault. And Indra, gratified, told him, O Prince of Snakes, O Takshaka, he thou hast no fear from that snake sacrifice. The grandsire was pacified by me for thy sake. Therefore thou hast no fear. Let this fear of thy heart be allayed. Sauti continued. Thus encouraged by him, that best of snakes began to dwell in Indra's abode, in joy and happiness. But Vasuki, seeing that the snakes were incessantly falling into the fire, and that his family was reduced to only a few, became exceedingly sorry. And the king of the snakes was afflicted with great grief, and his heart was about to break. And summoning his sister, he spake unto her, saying, O amiable one, my limbs are burning, and I no longer see the points of the heavens. I am about to fall down from loss of consciousness. My mind is turning, my sight is falling, and my heart is breaking. Benumbed, I may fall today into that blazing fire. The sacrifice of the son of Parakshit is for the extermination of our race. It is evident I also shall have to go to the abode of the king of the dead. The time is come. O my sister, on account of which thou wert bestowed by me on Jaratkaru to protect us with our relatives. O best of the woman of the snake race, Astika will put an end to the sacrifice that is going on. The grandsire told me this of old. Therefore, O child, solicit thy dear son, who is fully conversant with the Vedas and regarded even by the old, for the protection of myself and also of those dependent on me. Sauti said. Then the snake dame, Jaratkaru, calling her own son, told him the following words according to the direction of Vazuk, the king of the snakes. O son, the time is come for the accomplishment of that object for which I was bestowed on thy father by my brother. Therefore, do thou that which should be done. Astika asked, Why wert thou, O mother, bestowed on my father by my uncle? Tell me all truly, so that on hearing it I may do what is proper. Then Jaratkaru, the sister of the king of the snakes, herself unmoved by the general distress and ever desirous of the welfare of her relatives, said unto him, O son, it is said that the mother of all the snakes is Kadru. Know thou why she cursed in anger her sons. Addressing the snakes, she said, As ye have refused to falsely represent Ukhaisravas, the prince of horses, for bringing about Vinata's bondage according to the wager. Therefore shall he whose charioteer is Vayu burn you all in Janamejaya sacrifice, and perishing in that sacrifice, ye shall go to the region of unredeemed spirits. The grandsire of all the wars spake unto her while uttering this curse. Be it so. And as a prophet of her speech, Vazuk, having heard that curse, and then the words of the grandsire, sought the protection of the gods. O child, on the occasion when the Amrita was being sharpened for, and the gods, their object, fulfilled, for they had obtained the excellent Amrita. With Vazuk ahead, approached the grandsire, and all the gods, with King Vazuk, sought to incline him who was born of the lotus to be propitious, so that the curse might be made abortive. And the god said, O Lord, Vazuk, the king of the snakes, is sorry on account of his relatives. How may his mother's curse prove abortive? Brahman thereupon replied, saying, Jaratkaru will take unto himself a wife of the name of Jaratkaru. The Brahmana born of her will relieve the snakes. Vazuki, the best of snakes, hearing those words, bestowed me, O thou of godlike looks, on thy high-souled father, some time before the commencement of the sacrifice, and from that marriage thou art born of me. The time has come. It behoveth thee to protect us from this danger. It behoveth thee to protect my brother and myself from the fire, so that the object, viz. A relief for which I was bestowed on thy wise father, may not be unfulfilled. What dost thou think, O son? Sauti continued. Thus addressed, Astika said unto his mother, Yes, I will. And he then addressed the afflicted Vazuk, and as if infusing life into him, said, O Vazuki, thou best of snakes, thou great being, truly do I say, I shall relieve thee from that curse. Be easy, O snake, there is no fear any longer. I shall strive earnestly so that good may come. Nobody hath ever said that my speech, even in jest, hath proved false. Hence on serious occasions like this, I need not say anything more. Oh, uncle, going thither today, I shall gratify with words mixed with blessings the monarch Janamejaya installed at the sacrifice, so that, O excellent one, the sacrifice may stop. O high-minded one, O king of the snakes, believe all that I say. Believe me, my resolve can never be unfulfilled. And Vazuk then said, O Astika, my head swings and my heart breaks. I cannot discern the points of the earth, afflicted as I am with a mother's curse. And Astika said, Thou best of snakes, it behoveth thee not to grieve any longer. I shall dispel this fear of thine from the blazing fire. This terrible punishment, capable of burning like the fire at the end of the yuga, I shall extinguish. Nurse not thy fear any longer. Sauti continued. Then that best of Brahmanas, Astika, quelling the terrible fear of the Vazuk's heart, and taking it, as it were, on himself, wended for the relief of the king of the snakes, with speed to Janamejaya sacrifice, blessed with every merit. And Astika, having gone thither, beheld the excellent sacrificial compound, covered with numerous sadasias, whose splendor was like unto that of the sun or Agni. But that best of Brahmanas was refused admittance by the doorkeeper, and the might asset gratified them, being desirous of entering the sacrificial compound. And that best of Brahmanas, that foremost of all virtuous men, having entered the excellent sacrificial compound, began to adore the king of infinite achievements, the Hitivikas, the Sadasiyas, and also the sacred fire. Astika said, Soma and Varuna and Prajapati performed sacrifice of old in Prayaga. But thy sacrifice, O foremost ones of Bharata's race, O son of Parakshit, is not inferior to any of those. Let those dear unto us be blessed. Sakra performed 100 sacrifices. But this sacrifice of thine, O foremost one of Bharata's race, O son of Parakshit, is full equal to 10,000 sacrifice of Sakra. Let those dear unto us be blessed, like the sacrifice of Yama, of Hari Mediha, or of King Hantideva, is the sacrifice of thine. O foremost of Bharata's race, O son of Parakshit, let those dear unto us be blessed, like the sacrifice of Maya, of King Kasavindu, or of King Vaisravana, in the sacrifice of thine, O foremost one of Bharata's race, O son of Parakshit, let those dear unto us be blessed, like the sacrifice of Niriga, of Ajamida, of the son of Dasahatiha, in the sacrifice of thine, O foremost one of Bharata's race, O son of Parakshit, let those dear unto us be blessed, like the sacrifice of King Yudhishthira, the son of a god, and belonging to Ajamida race, heard of in the heavens, in the sacrifice of thine, O foremost one of Bharata race, O son of Parakshit, let those dear unto us be blessed, like the sacrifice of Krishna, the son of Satyavati, in which he himself was the chief priest, is the sacrifice of thine, O foremost one of Bharata's race, O son of Parakshit, let those dear unto us be blessed. These that are he engaged in making thy sacrifice, like unto that of the slayer of Viritra, are of splendor equal to that of the sun. There now remains nothing for them to know, and gifts made to them become inexhaustibly. It is my conviction that he is no hitivicus in all the worlds who is equal to thy hitivicus divaya payana. His disciples, becoming hitivicus, competent for their duties, travel over the earth. The high solid biri or libation, called also vibihavasu and khitrabihanu, having gold for his vital seed, and having his path marked by black smoke, blazing up with flames, inclining to the right. Beareth these thy libations of clarified butter to the gods. In this world of men there is no other monarch equal to thee in the protection of subjects. I am even well pleased with thy abstinence. In thee thou art either Varuna or Yama, the god of justice, like Sakra himself, thunderbolt in hand. Thou art in this world the protector of all creatures. In this earth there is no man so great as thou, and no monarch who is thy equal in sacrifice. Thou art like Kihativanga, Nabihaga, and Dilipa. In prowess thou art like Yayati and Mandihatri. In splendor equal to the sun, and of excellent vows thou art, O monarch, like Bhishma. Like Valmiki, thou art of energy concealed. Like Vasistha, thou hast controlled thy wrath. Like Indra is thy lordship. Thy splendor also shines like that of Narayana. Like Yama art thou conversant with the dispensation of justice. Thou art like Krishna, adorned with every virtue. Thou art the home of the good fortune that belongs to the Vasus. Thou art also the refuge of the sacrifice. In strength thou art equal to Damvodivava, like Rama. Thou art conversant with the scriptures and arms. In energy thou art equal to Urva and Trita. Thou inspirest terror by thy looks like Bihaji Hatiha. Sauti said, Astika, having thus adored them, gratified them all, viz. The king, the Sadasiyas, the Hitivikas, and the sacrificial fire. And King Janamejaya, beholding the signs and indication manifested all around, addressed them as follows. Janamejaya said, Talk this on is but a boy, he speaks yet like a wise old man. He is not a boy, but unwise and old. I think I'm desired to bestow on him a boon. Therefore, ye Brahmanas, give me the necessary permission. The Sadasiyas, a Brahmana, talked a boy, deserves the respect of kings. The learned ones lose more so. This boy deserves every desire of his being fulfilled by thee, but not before Takshaka comes with speed. Sauti continued. The king, being inclined to grant the Brahmana Abu-On, said, Ask thou Abu-On. The Khotri, however, being utterly displeased, said, Takshaka have not come as yet into this sacrifice. Janamejaya replied, Exert ye to the best of your might, so that this sacrifice of mine may attain completion. And Takshaka also may soon come here. He is my enemy. The Hitivikas replied, As the scriptures declare unto us, and as the fire also said, O monarch, Takshaka is now staying in the abode of Indra, afflicted with fear. Sauti continued. The illustrious Sutta, named Lohitaksha, also conversant with the Puranas, had said so before. Asked by the king on the present occasion, he again told the monarch, Sire, it is even so as the Brahmanas have said. Knowing the Puranas, I say, O monarch, that Indra have granted him this boon, saying, Dwell with me in concealment, and Agni shall not burn thee. Sauti continued. Hearing this, the king installed in the sacrifice became very sorry, and urged the Hotri to do his duty. And as the Hotri, with mantras, began to pour clarified butter into the fire, Indra himself appeared on the scene, and the lustrous one came in his car, adorned by all the gods standing around, followed by masses of clowns, celestial singers, and the several tribes of celestial dancing girls. And Takshaka, anxious with fear, hid himself in the upper garment of Indra, and was not visible. Then the king in his anger again said unto his mantra-knowing Brahmanas these words bent upon the destruction of Takshaka. If the snake Takshaka, being the abode of Indra, cast him into the fire with Indra himself. Sauti continued. Urged thus by the king Janamejaya about Takshaka, the Hotri poured libations, naming that snake, then staying there. And even as the libations were poured into, Takshaka with Purandara himself, anxious and afflicted, became visible in a moment in the skies. Then Purandara, seeing that sacrifice, became much alarmed, and quickly casting Takshaka off, went back to his own abode. After Indra had gone away, Takshaka, the prince of snakes, insensible with fear, was by virtue of the mantras brought near enough the flames of the sacrificial fire. The Hitivikas then said, O King of Kings, the sacrifice of thine is being performed duly. It behoveth thee, O Lord, to grant a boon now to this first of Brahmanas. Janamejaya then said, Thou immense one of such handsome and shield-like features, and desire to grant thee a worthy one. Therefore ask thou that which thou desirest in thy heart. I promise thee that I will grant it even if it be ungrantable. The Hitivikas said, O monarch, behold, Takshaka is soon coming under thy control. His terrible cries and loud horror is being heard. Assuredly, the snake hath been forsaken by the wielder of thunder, his body being disabled by your mantras. He is fallen from heaven, even now, rolling in the skies, and deprived of consciousness. The prince of snakes cometh, breathing loudly. Sauti continued. While Takshaka, the prince of snakes, was about to fall into the sacrificial fire, during those few moments Astika spoke as follows. O Janamejaya, if thou wouldst grant me a boon, let this sacrifice of thine come to an end, and let no more snakes fall into the fire. O Brahmana, the son of Parikshit, being thus addressed, but Astika became exceedingly sorry, and replied unto Astika thus, O illustrious one, gold, silver, kine, whatever other possessions thou desirest, I shall give unto thee, but let not my sacrifice come to an end. Astika thereupon replied, Gold, silver, or kine, I do not ask of thee, O monarch, but let thy sacrifice be ended, so that my maternal relations be relieved. Sauti continued. The son of Parikshit, being thus addressed by Astika, repeatedly said this unto that foremost of his speakers. Best of the Brahmanas, ask some other boon. O blessed be thou. But O thou of Bihirigu's race, he did not beg an other boon. Then all the Sadasiyas, conversant with the Vedas, told the king with one voice, Let the Brahmana receive his boon. Saunaka said, O son of Suta, I am desired to read the names of all those snakes that fell into the fire of this snake sacrifice. Sauti replied, Many thousands and tens of thousands and billions of snakes fell into the fire. O excellent of Brahmanas, so great is the number that I am unable to count them all. So far, however, as remember, the names are mentioned of the principal snakes cast into the fire. First the names of the principal ones of Vazuk's race alone, of color blue, head and white, of terrible form and whole body and deadly poison. Helpless and miserable and afflicted with their mother's curse, then fell into the sacrificial fire like libations of butter. Cotiza, Manasa, Purna, Kala, Pala, Halmaka, Pikhala, Kaunapa, Kakra, Kalavega, Prakalana, Hiranyavahu, Karana, Kakshaka, Kaladantaka. This snake born of Vazuk fell into the fire. In O Brahmana, numerous other snakes were born and of terrible form and great strength were burned in the blazing fire. I shall now mention those born in the race of Takshaka. He thou their names, Pukhandaka, Mandalaka, Pindasektri, Havenaka, Ukhokha, Karava, Bihangas, Vilvatejas, Virohana, Sili, Salakara, Muka, Sukumara, Pravepana, Mudigara, and Sisuroman, Suroman, and Vahanu. These snakes, born of Takshaka, fell into the fire, and Paravata, Parijata, Pandara, Harina, Krisa, Vihanga, Sarabiha, Meda, Pramoda, Sauhatapana. This born in the race of Aravata fell into the fire. Now O best of Brahmanas, the names of the snakes are mentioned born in the race of Kauravya, Eraka, Kundala, Veni, Venis Kandiha, Kumaraka, Vahuka, Sringavera, Dihurtaka, Pratara, and Astaka. These born in the race of Kauravya fell into the fire. Now here the names are mentioned in order of those snakes endowed with the speed of the wind and with virulent poison, born in the race of Dhitarashtra, Sankukarna, Pitiharaka, Kutihara, Sukihana, and Sihekihaka, Purnangada, Purnamukha, Prahasa, Sakuni, Dari, Amahatiha, Kumatihaka, Suzhena, Vyaya, Vihairava, Mundavedanga, Pisanga, Udiraparaka, Hizhadbiha, Vigavat, Pindaraka, Hakitanga, Sarva, Saranga, Samhididiha, Patiha, Invazaka, Varahaka, Viranaka, Sukhitra, Kihitravejika, Parasara, Tarunaka, Manis Kandiha, in Aruni. O Brahmana, thus I have recited the names of the principal snakes, known widely for their achievement. I have not been able to name all, the number being countless. The sons of these snakes, the sons of those sons that were burned, having fallen into the fire, I am unable to mention. They are so many, some of 3 heads, some of 7, other of 10, of poison like unto the fire at the end of the yuga, and terrible in form. They were burned by thousands. Many others of whole bodies, of great speed, tall as mountain summits, of the legs of a Yama, of a Yojana, and of 2 Yojanas, capable of assuming at will any form and of mastering at will any degree of strength, of poison like unto blazing fire, afflicted by the curse of a mother, were burned in that great sacrifice. Sauti said, "Listen now to another very wonderful incident in connection with Astika. When King Janamejaya was about to gratify Astika by granting the boon, the snake flew off Indra's hands, remaining in mid-air without actually falling. King Janamejaya thereupon became curious, for Takshaka, afflicted with fear, did not at once fall into the fire, although libations were poured in proper form into the blazing sacrificial agony in his name. Saunaka said, "Was it, O Sutta, that the mantras of those wise Brahmanas were not propitious, since Takshaka did not fall into the fire?" Sauti replied, "Unto the unconscious Takshaka, that the best of snakes, after he had been cast off Indra's hands, Astika had thrice said these words, 'Stay, stay,' and he succeeded in staying in the skies, with afflicted heart, like a person somehow staying between the walking and the earth. The king then, on being repeatedly urged by his Sadasiyas, said, 'Let it be done as Astika hath said. Let the sacrifice be ended. Let the snakes be safe. Let this Astika also be gratified. O Sutta, thy words also be true.' When the boon was granted to Astika, plaudits expressive of joy ranged through the air. Thus the sacrifice of the son of Parikshit, that king of the Pandava race, came to an end. The king Janamejaya of the Bharata race was himself pleased, and on the Hitivikas with the Sadasiyas, and on all who had come there, the king bestowed money by hundreds and thousands. And unto Sutta Lohitaksha, conversant with the rules of building and foundations, who had at the commencement said that a Brahmana would be the cause of the interruption of the snake sacrifice, the king gave much wealth. The king of uncommon kindness also gave him various things, with food and wearing apparel, according to his desire, and became very much pleased. Then he concluded his sacrifice according to the prescribed rites, and after treating him with every respect, the king in joy sent home the wise Astika, exceedingly gratified, for he had attained his object. And the king said unto him, "Thou must come again to become a Sadasiya in my great horse sacrifice." And Astika said, "Yes," and then returned home in great joy, having achieved his great end after gratifying the monarch and returning in joy to his uncle and mother, and touching their feet, he recounted to them everything as it had happened. Sauti continued. Hearing all he had said, the snake that had come thither became very much delighted, and their fears were dispelled. They were much pleased with Astika, and asked him to solicit a boon, saying, O learned one, what good shall we do unto thee? We have been very much gratified, having been all saved by thee. What shall we accomplish for thee, O child? Astika said, Let those Brahmanas and other men who shall, in the morning or in the evening, cheerful and with attention, read the sacred account of this my act, have no fear from any of you. And the snakes enjoyed thereupon said, O nephew, in the nature of thy boon, let it be exactly as thou sayest. That which thou askest we all shall cheerful do, O nephew. And those all that call to mind Astika, Artiman, and Sunitiha, in the day or in the night, shall have no fear of snakes. He again shall have no fear of snakes, who will say, I call to mind the famous Astika, born of Jaratkaru by Jaratkaru, that Astika who saved the snakes from the snake sacrifice. Therefore, ye snakes of great good fortune, it behoveth you not to beat me. But go ye away, blessed be ye, or go away, thou snake of virulent poison, and remember the woes of Astika after the snake sacrifice of Janamejaya. That snake who does not cease from beating after hearing such mention of Astika shall have his hood divide 100-fold like the fruit of Singisa tree. Sauti continued. That first of Brahmanas, thus addressed by the foremost of the chief snakes assembled together, was very much gratified, and the high souled one then set his heart upon going away. And that best of Brahmanas, having saved the snakes from the snake sacrifice, ascended to heaven when his time came, leaving sons and grandsons behind him. Thus have I recited to thee this history of Astika, exactly as it happened. Indeed, the recitation of this history dispelleth all fear of snakes. Sauti continued. O Brahmana, O foremost one of Pihirigu's race, as thy ancestor Pramati had cheerfully narrated unto his inquiring son Huru, and as I had heard it, thus have I recited this blessed history. From the beginning of the learned Astika, and O Brahmana, O oppressor of our enemies, having heard this whole history of Astika that increaseth virtue, and which thou hast asked me about after hearing the history of the Dundumbiha, let thy ardent curiosity be satisfied.